Good afternoon. Just got back from my morning activities and I figured I'd do a little afternoon stream. See if there was anybody out there this Sunday that wanted to watch me build New Wagers Bay. We're going to enjoy a little car ride from the far side of the map. Not sure exactly where this guy's going. He could make a right up here and head off towards the shore, or he could go all the way downtown and across the map. We'll see. Looking like a right to me. Oh, maybe not. Anyway, enjoy the ride while I get something to drink. And then we'll get back to what we were doing yesterday. Well, I've got some ideas for today, a few options. Not really sure what I want to do. A couple things to finish, and then we'll see what inspiration brings. Once again, my name is AntiTarheel. Welcome into the stream. Nice view of the bay, but I would imagine will soon be blocked by skyscrapers. Really couldn't have picked a better car to start the day with, except for this view, of course. He headed up and over the bridge, I would assume. Otherwise, he might have taken the back road. Through the toll booth and up and over the bridge we go. Ride's almost over. Man, I love that bridge asset. This is interesting. This is not the way I expected this vehicle to go. But I'll take it. I haven't had this view. Good long time. condos and the university kind of flank the highway here. Come out of the peripheral. That's nice. I like that. Maybe we're moving in. Some sort of traffic jam here, which I'm going to assume could be a baseball game, maybe. Not really sure. Going to the park. Interesting. All right. Once again, welcome to the stream. Looking at a couple days ago's work. Town of Bridgeland, our first settlement that's pretty much complete. Got a few things to do here, one of which we may do today. Haven't quite decided. Yesterday we came over here, across the river, for the first time since our utilities in day one. Built a little Lakeside Resort. Little suburb that we need to finish one thing in particular on today. Resort. People are driving through our fence, so we're going to get rid of that. It's one of the hazards of the parking lot roads. Sometimes they just pick the shortest path. Just get rid of that. Move our square over to make it look like the concrete goes all the way over. There, hopefully that looks a little more realistic. See, that guy took that path. So what else are we going to need here? Makes me think we got the wrong road there. So I don't like them driving over the grass, being that it's curved. Let's do a few things up here first to start the day. The anarchy, switch off the node bending and the collision. That works for there. We're probably going to continue it. I bet we end up seeing somebody drive through there. I'll probably have to remove that planter. Okay, that works for me. somebody on our path. Nice. Couple people using our path. I think we should maybe put some, come in here today. Finish this up a little bit. Need of the down. Since these are props, you can move them up and down and adjust them a little bit. So we're going to put them at the edge of our fence to kind of blend this in. Probably under our bushes on the other side to add a little greenery. See if we can cheat a little. We will select all those props and mirror them to that segment, since that's in between them. Nice. Okay. Quite as long on this side, but we can take care of that. Okay. Works for me. Let's get another one of these trees here. Props, so we can select the tree. Since we built the little railing, we had stopped at the opening, but now we need to push to the railing. Okay, that works. Now let's go to the other color. See if we can blend it in. That way it looks real and not so repetitive. Just want to kind of blend it in. landscapers would keep this area looking lush. So you can take a little stroll out here at night. There we go. That's a little more. It's just a little too plain before. As a matter of fact, I think we should come over here. Let's see if we can get just a little more. Turns bright orange because of the seashore. That's not good. You may have to use one of the vanilla. There's a couple vanilla trees that don't really react as bad to. It's not so bad. The color going to work. Oh yeah. Asian influence. Everybody loves a good Japanese maple. I really think that, we might put one tree. Wow. Nice trees. They don't really affect the water, at least they haven't yet. We'll see if they last. A little in the way. People are going to walk on that. Just noticing those dead bushes on that campfire. Let's bob out. Just get rid of those. We'll put our own bushes around those when we use them later. There we go. Kind of wondering. No, because that corner will be near impossible. Good enough, I think there. I think that's good enough. It's definitely better than it was. And that's important. It was just a little too plain. I liked the bridge railing, but I was thinking it either needed to be out over the water, which is still an option. We could make it bend and bring it out a little over the water. The less people might use it if it was that way, because it would be a further walk. I have enjoyed seeing people come out of the building. Yep, as I speak. That's nice. Do need to move this one prop here. Just a little too far up on shore. Spin them a little so they don't look so repetitive. There we go. There's a little couple more coming through. Oh, I'm enjoying that. It's a high traffic area. Nice. Okay, I think that came out really nice. Now, I think where is the, we need to put a park entrance somewhere. And I was thinking somewhere by the cable car, maybe we just put it right here and then I bring the path off of that. But I think the nature reserve ones are all huge. Unless I have a gateless one of those by some luck. I thought I did. Or is that just in this? Maybe I need one of the other entrances. Maybe there's another one that I didn't download. Let's see here. So our options are, if I put a large gate on this side, it's going to be right here. It could be right there. Then the path has to wind around the back, and I have to get rid of that path. Which could be nice. It could be an elevated path by the water. That could be the old service path to the... that might be nice, actually. Let's set it down. So those guys all look the same. That guy is way too big and ugly. So I think the little one works until I maybe get a gateless one maybe, which I think would be neat. So we're going to bring that back a little so we have some room for some vegetation. And then we're going to grab the path. Probably put lights on it for a while up the mountain. We're gonna come off. Let's go up. Use one of the other paths. There may have been one that I liked better. Was it the zoo? Elevated zoo path? Although I don't know, that green kind of clashes. Not just regular. What do I have path-wise? Let's take a look. Elevated gravel path is always nice. Looks nice and old. path, way too fancy. All those will be way too fancy. That's the zoo. We already looked at it. The garden path got an elevated? No. Abutment. Obviously, the invisible is not an option. Look at that. I do have it. Okay. Mountain biking. Oh, all right. A lot to do. Okay, we're going to go back, and I think it's going to have to be the nature reserve one with lights. Those couple props out of the way. That's the one right there. Look, there's a whole another one. So many layers. There we go. That's the one I needed. All right. I said we go right up behind here. Grab the node. Direction we want it. That's what I was trying to grab that time. There we go. Let's keep going. Pillar here. Because we are going to, let's see, how are we going to do this? We need to pause it a little bit in case we accidentally mess with the water. Lower this. Guy up, and then we'll have one more piece right there. How is everyone today? Okay. And over here, we're going to get back to ground level pretty much. As the hill starts, we're going to get to ground level. what we want to do here is let's make sure that this one and this one are the same height. Okay, that worked. I noticed on our closing ride down the mountain that a few of these bigger trees were too close to the line. As we went up the hill, so this is going to give me an excuse to do some work on that. Then we will get to the ground level. Lose the lights. After that, we'll probably change path styles. So we get us a little skywalk. We choose to pay and go on the walkabout. Definitely could use a gateless version of this. I'm gonna have to look on for that for sure. I'd be much happier with that. Okay. Keep our seclusion to the water. Built into nature feel. Okay. That works for me. quite work where it is. There we go. Another one right there. There we go. I feel like there would be something there, but I don't really know what I would want there. Some kind of little restaurant or something, maybe. I'm going to think about that. Alright, so we've got the start of our walkway. Now, something else we need to do over here. So we need to come into this neighborhood that we made with the grass roads. And we need to put in the driveway decals. We're going to go to decals. Search the suburbs. Before that driveway is right in the middle. We're going to move that house. Swap it. Sorry, neighbor. There we go. To do for that guy. Shame these are just a little wider. We're gonna have to go with segments. Grab the decals. Go. That one doesn't need one. That one doesn't need one. This one does. That one does. That looks super messy. Wish there was a better way to do that. So I could just swap that road real quick. Those folks don't get grass at the end. How do we do that? Let's add a node in the middle. Line it up over here. Yeah, okay. Come back in, grab those decals out of there because I don't like the way that looks. We are going to get a different road. stuff. I think that node just needs to be reset. No, needs to be a stretched. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That'll work. That works better than a janky looking driveway, although this is now here in the middle of this driveway. There we go. And nobody on that street needs one because it doesn't have grass. Works. Copy that one. Let's paste it. Here. That works. Big one over there. guys don't need them up the side. These don't match exactly, and if I had PO, I would make them probably. If I had repaint, I might be able to, but repaint doesn't work with a couple of the mods that I use, or so it says. Although they're even by the same creator, so I did find that a little strange when I was trying to look into it. Okay, good enough. Just take those three. No. No nodes, thank you. Let's see if we can use them backwards to do this one. Yeah, that worked pretty well. We'll adjust those. Do the same thing here. Adjust those a little bit. Doesn't have to be perfect, just not look like they're all driving over grass. What's going on there? Underground. That works for him. They don't need one. These folks will need one. Move that house over a little bit so that it, this one too. Those guys line up better with the driveway. I don't want to play with the curve. Bam. Just like that. Let's copy a couple trees here. Put them where we just moved the house. Okay. I think that's good for them. Alright, that works. That's everybody, right? They got on driveways. See any annoying people driving over grass right here. This road, main road in. Those are going to be tricky too because they're probably on a slope. Oh, it's good. They are a little sloped, aren't they? No, maybe not. Okay, that'll work. They used to be sloped until I adjusted that. Okay, let's not get distracted by a slightly unlevel road that annoys me because it's trying to make my driveways unlevel in two houses. Not gonna change the whole neighborhood for that. Okay, good enough. All right, that was bugging me a little bit that we didn't do that yesterday, so glad we got that in. All right, so we started our path. Let's move up, take care of a few trees here in the way. A few of these were just too close to the cable cars on the way up, right about here. And I remember as we came down, there was a section. It was too close on the down route. Right there. Put those back a little bit so that they didn't have to worry about them falling on the cable line, I would think. I would think the clearing is probably a pretty standard. Now, come to the point when I ask what we want to do today. If there's anyone here, got a few choices. Had a really interesting idea of how to take monorail from the future downtown in across the water to Bridgeland. And I found an asset that I think I can use to make it work. I think it would be fun. I sandboxed it a little last night. I didn't successfully get it to work, but I think that's because I forgot to reset the station after using Move It, so it wouldn't let me put a stop on it. I did get the line connected and it looked good and the grade was good, which was what I was mainly checking. Okay, I think there were a few more on up here as we were getting up the mountain that were just too close. Yeah, some of these. We could do that, put in a little monorail line, although there'd be nobody to use it. We would see the train possibly going across every once in a while. We could move into Lewis Crossing and work on a little industrial interstate town. We could bite the bullet and work on the golf course that I'm dreading. Or we could work on this national park. Maybe some paths and some roadways. So if anyone has a preference. While I'm finishing up these trees. It's one of those times. I'd put a pole up if I knew how. Sure, you have to get extensions for that and stuff, though. Do something else here too that I think, because I think one of my wires was low because I had failed to reset when I moved stuff. Okay, so we are going to deselect the trees. We're going to get all the node segments and buildings down the hill. Set them. All right, I think that'll do that. Let's check our cable car. See if that works still. Oh, I see one more tree right there I want to move, I think. Right there. Take the ride down the mountain here. Obviously, I'll have to do something about that. Those cords can't come through the building like that. we think about that view? It's a nice view. Bridgeport across the water. University. All right, so what should we work on? Shall I keep working on the mountain here? All right. Let us pause it. Let's save it up. First save of the day. Come up here, and I know I want a road with a few houses overlooking the lake, maybe even a couple apartment complexes tiered in there. I'm not quite sure yet. So let's look at the topography. So we would probably want to bring it in right about there, so we would have enough room on both sides. Let's do something without grass so that I don't have to play those games this time around. Driveways on a weird curve. terrain. Just a little simple like that. Let's take the trees off of it. Okay, we like that. Now maybe there's one road that comes down. Get some extra space since there's going to be a nice difference in the terrain. Follow those road guidelines. Let's put that one. Let's clear those and see what that looks like. Out. Okay, let's see what these. Now I have something in mind for this section here. And it said they're hard to use, so that should be fun. They are houses. Let's see what they're called. They were called Laguna homes, right? But we don't want the red roof ones. Okay, so what it... So it doesn't say... Okay, these look like they go off the cliff. There's supposed to be some for uphill and some for down. I'm not really sure about any of that. So low res. See that they just kind of down slope. Okay. Oh, I've been looking for something like this forever. How did I not try these before? Do a little bit of work with the terrain, but not much, right? I mean, that looks pretty good. Oh, those are steps back there. Okay, so we don't. Oh man, these are great. So that's a down slope. Up slope. Down slope. Up slope. Can't use the red ones. Can't use them. Stay away from those. Okay, so is this up slope? It doesn't say. Looks like a down slope to me. Up here. Let's see what these look like when I dig a little land away from them, which I think is what you're supposed to do. Oh my, look at these. These are lovely. That one could even go lower. Those probably not. What's this one look like over here? We'll bring this one up. Oh, we can't bring it up that much though. So we gotta have the there we go. Say they're tricky. They are. Oh, a little too high for that one. So we're going to bring that one down a little bit. Works. This one looks like it has another layer, doesn't it? He does. They are tricky to work with. You're not kidding. They are sweet looking. See if that'll work. Oh, that one's great. fabulous. We already have that one, yes. Have that one yet? No. Probably an easier way to do this that I just thought of. So I don't have to have them all exposed if I don't want to, do I? As long as it looks like what's exposed is meant to be. Okay. Why is there a weird hole to the earth? Don't like that. That's weird. Okay, so it doesn't want to work that way. Weird. That one worked. Or did it? Weird. Are they all going to do that now? Okay, let's just make them like one level houses then and bury some of this shit. Maybe we won't get those weird tearing holes. Or maybe we will still. Is that just part of the house? Okay. Not loving it, but I mean, it's as good as I can get it, or it will be soon, but not an expert with these. I probably could have practiced with them a little more. Okay. That's kind of what I wanted, but I want the ground better. So let's see what we can do now. Let's bring the ground back. That one's fine. Big tree out of their view. Okay. Hey, man. Hey, how you doing? Big fan of your assets. I appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. Your mods, I'm using a lot of them. If you want to tour around, I got. This is what we're building. We're building a big region in the Pacific Northwest. And this is the town of Bridgeland, a small college town, Pacific Northwest. I couldn't do anything without the stuff that you guys put in for the community. You guys are amazing. So I just started streaming last Monday. I've been playing this game for a long time. But I finally decided, got inspired to I was gonna do some YouTube stuff, but I can't edit, so I just started streaming, and maybe one day I'll edit it down. You can see some of the highlights. We did this one of the first couple days. This little residential, low density to medium density, little shoreline. I'm one of those guys that plops every building, so it's super slow, but I got a little space here I still got to find the right building for. Need something that's like a quarter circle. I got to figure something out for that. And we've got our college here and our university center and the craftsman houses, which really give that Pacific Northwest feel, I think. Looking out on the lovely bridges. Yesterday I started building this section up here with the resort spa. Came across the water. We built a couple little resorts, put in our first train station asset. I did this with some of the self-sufficient eco apartments. Some of those gray flame Pacific Northwest buildings. Another one of those spa, tennis club. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. And then I've got this, today I put in this path to go next to this cable car that runs up to the top. Up at the top, that's going to be our national park, this whole mountain. It's going to look back out over the bay. And it's going to have a nice observatory up here and probably a ranger station. Keep it minimal. We're going to have another line that'll come down here to our, downtown train station and Monorail Station. And I think I'm going to run the monorail along here and underneath this bridge across the water. Was playing with that last night. But I just found these cliffside houses, and I got inspired to start working above the water here. And then we've got one of my favorites, the movable bridge mod. We're going to use some of that over here. And I've got that lovely double-decker, the train asset, this one. We're going to have some lumber back in here on the river. This is the Pink Shrimp Harbor map. And I took it and took all the trees and roadways off of it and redid it all. Eventually I'm going to upload it on the workshop, but I got to figure out how to do all the collections and everything. I'm pretty non-computer literate, so it takes me a while. But we're gonna have some small town communities back in here. Up in here I added some waterways, used some of those content creator bridges to give a little viaduct feel. And then we're gonna have some ore pits. We're gonna have another town over here and some seaside towns, nice little oil mine. I did all the networking and everything in the map editor so that it could be played as a, straight playthrough with a lot of infrastructure already on it. How are you doing, Iker? Thanks for the first time chat. Appreciate it. Welcome to the channel. I'm AntiTarheel, a longtime City Skylines player and new streamer. So feel free to give a follow if you'd like. We're going to probably stream almost every day. I'll take a few days off. I love this part here. This is, of course, inspired by Portland, Oregon. We got the skate park, under the bridge. And these lovely parks that Core 79 made, I didn't realize were terrain conforming until I put them in. And so I extended them with a little pathway, and we can see here. Really looks good at night. We're gonna have a nice little ferry bus pack. Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it, Iker. I grew up in the Pacific Northwest in Seattle and Portland, and lived out there again in my 20s and early 30s. And I've been back in North Carolina again for a while. And during the pandemic, I was really missing the scenery of the Pacific Northwest and kind of that super saturated, big green trees and bridges everywhere. And so I spent about 6 months working on the map and redoing all the, making sure everything was good and all the no trees on the road and all the lampposts were on the same side of the street and everything. And got some traffic because I built a big section, move-in traffic, but I really appreciate it. But this is our resort at night. And if we come in here and see what I did, this with one of the front, I made a little gazebo and buried one of the fishing pier's ugly parts in the ground. Put a little path through the front. Some prop grass along there. I really enjoyed this build. This was a lot of fun. That was just yesterday we did that. Traffic is also very realistic, yes. We want traffic. For sure. Very happy to see these get used. Man, these were great assets the guy added to the workshop too. These planters, I am totally abusing them in this build. They're lovely. Yeah, my original plan was kind of built. I wanted to build try to build the one-for-one recreation of Portland. And I reached out to Epic Lurker to try to maybe build me a couple of the movable bridges that I needed to make it happen. Because there's a couple that are really iconic for the Portland waterway that you just couldn't have nice barges and everything up and down the river without. But obviously he is crazy busy with his own build. And we're lucky for what he puts on the workshop, and I've got a couple of those in the preview. I really enjoyed how this came out. We came down and let's put it back onto daytime. I was even happy. I'm not very good at the nature detailing, but I was pretty pleased with this little patch by the train tracks that I did yesterday to close up the stream. I like that. I love the new train station assets too. Great stuff. So anyway, we were working on, like I said, if we come out, the overview, we've got this whole area is going to be our national park. So the idea is to have an observatory up top. You know, keep it minimal. I'm going to bob the lights out of the observatory so it's not so bright at night. Make it look more like a, a star seeing site than a, the middle of Mexico. We're going to put a little ranger station up there. We're going to have a nice windy road that'll probably come up from here all the way around. Probably put some viaducts on it so we get some nice overlook views. But I think you will agree that once we do that, I mean, this is going to be a great view from the top up here. Having problems with my keys all of a sudden. We'll have a great view of everything. Nice panoramic mountain. I think it's going to be a fun time. I'll probably be here every day, or 5 days a week at least, building away at it. Maybe it'll take a year. We'll see how long it goes before I break my game. I think I got about 9,000 assets loaded in right now, so see how that goes. I don't know if that's huge. I'm sure that Perez and those guys use more than that. I don't use the procedural objects. That's one I'm afraid of, but I do use a lot of the other mods. So I definitely feature Bob in the build. That is my probably absolute favorite mod. I change every tree in every building. So I appreciate you guys popping in and joining the stream, sitting in for a nice little Sunday afternoon. And I think we're gonna have to take down a few of these trees to make sure, you know, make them a little lower, make sure people, you know, these houses get the views they really want. These houses are tricky to use, though. That is for sure. I had some clipping in the terrain issues that I'm not really sure what fixed it, what caused it, but we're going to work with them. Yeah, you can also see like what I've done with the networking is I've tried to establish the kind of the old highway that runs along, you know, meets up to the new highway, the new expressway over the bridge. Even though it doesn't really fit with the two assets I'm using, this one would kind of be thought of as the older bridge, and maybe they put the bigger bridge in and the beltway around downtown a little later. We're gonna model downtown here after Portland, Oregon, so it's gonna be in a quadrant system. So we'll have, you know, this quadrant will be kind of the university. This will be the this is the I'm going to die the southeast, so I think this will be the southeast, southwest, northwest, northeast is what I decided. This will be the Central Business District. This will be more industrial and residential along the waterfront. We'll have our airport here, freight hub. Not really sure what we're going to do out onto the pier. A lot of that may turn into, I may thin it out and turn it into more of a breakwater. And then this area, like I said, will be university, more housing. We'll have our oil out here, farming communities, you know, try to use the factories and stuff as the highlights downtown and make it work. I sandboxed an interesting monorail build yesterday that I want to do, but I really don't have any reason for it until I build downtown. But I'm going to do it probably sometime this week, maybe even tomorrow. Anyway, I'll quit rambling, and I'm going to build a little bit. You guys can enjoy and lurk if you like. Feel free to ask any questions you may have. These are really neat. I can't believe I'd ever tried these before. I heard Prez talk about them in one of his series. And then I don't even remember who I saw use them not too long ago, and I was like, man, I really got to try those. They just kind of bury themselves in. Oh, that's an upslope, obviously. No worries, man. Tour is what we're all about. Yesterday we spent probably an hour going up and down the cable car just looking for trees in the way, and then I got on a sidetrack and gave somebody a train ride because we had put in our first train station, and today we started off the stream with a little truck ride across the bridge coming from the far side of the map. I mean, that's what this game's about, really. I mean, one of the things that kind of drew me to streaming rather than the YouTube content side, which is where I was originally heading, because obviously if you look at the demographics, I think it speaks for itself that YouTube's got more City Skylines viewers, if that's what you're going for. But a lot of the guys that I like to watch on YouTube, I feel like they, you know, like their builds are so complicated that time lapses do not do justice. And you don't really get an idea of a lot of the tricks and things that they use. And so I kind of like, even though it's super slow and I am one of the slowest probably builders out there, I kind of like going along for the ride. and seeing it kind of unfold. And watching how many times somebody puts down that train station before they get it right, because some of the builds we all see. What's going on here? There we go. Some of the builds are really really exotic, and I feel like it's almost like the hidden secrets of how to do it. I was lurking in somebody's stream the other day, you know, and it's like, oh, how do I get rid of that road on this cargo harbor? You know, and I remembered it took me back to the stream where somebody actually explained that on stream instead of just doing it, and clued me into the fact that I could do it, that I had what I needed to do it, and it wasn't something else, and it wasn't this or that. Yeah, I kind of feel like what I've been trying to do is do a, you know, maybe a 4 or 5 hour stream a day, and I'm recording them while I stream them. And I figure if I wanted to, if enough people catch on by the end, I don't really know how to edit, but somebody could probably teach me how to do it, and I could take it back and take all the, you know, the audio off of it and time lapse it, edit it down, and put new audio over the top of it and turn it into an hour, you know, over 4 hours to an hour, you know, shrink it down for YouTube if I wanted to. But like I said, I don't know how to edit. And that's one of the reasons I got like 6 episodes into recording for thinking I would do YouTube, and realized that if I did that, it was never coming out and no one would ever see it. And I better just click the live button on, you know, either YouTube or Twitch and make it happen. Oh, that's true. I guess that is true, man. That is true. That is a good point, because you can't catch that in the videos. They'll just say, oh, I can't do it with the mod, and they, you know, even they can't get the answer. So it's great for hopping around, and that's probably great. I was having a bug yesterday. I still probably will have it at some point, but I think it had to do with my hotkeys, in which for the Acme, the new Acme camera thing, because it kept taking over, making Bob take over my automatic bulldozer and bringing up all kinds of weird stuff. But when I reboot, it's fine. So I don't know. It's probably, you know, it's what they call it. What, that pepcac error exists between the keyboard and the chair. That's definitely an upslope. Is that the same? That's the same one, isn't it? That's the same one I just put. There's another one of that. Let's try this one. Well, we really appreciate all the work you guys do in the modding community, that's for sure. I know that I do. I know that anyone that plays with an asset, even a, you know, with a one gas station in their build, owes a debt of gratitude to somebody. That's basically how it started for me. When I started playing this game, I started playing kind of vanilla, and you know, I really enjoyed it. But the builds I really liked watching were the fancier builds, the more realistic builds with the decals, and I don't remember what mod exactly opened the door for me. It's probably TMP, probably traffic problems. You know, and then slowly and slowly you just add one, add another, add another, add another, and before you know it, you end up with 9,000 loaded into the build. That's an uphill one, right? Yeah. Those are nice. Wow, those are really nice, the uphill ones. It's definitely downhill or something. It's the same house. Anyway, I really like the realistic looking builds. When I first started playing, I was playing on a laptop when I first downloaded the game, and I actually kind of built this city the first time on the actual Pink Strip Harbor map, which is what led me to redo all the roadways before I decided to do a series on it. That's definitely a downhouse. These aren't labeled the greatest. Let's see here, or maybe I'm just not reading them. Maybe all the Laguna homes are down. Huh. Interesting. Some say that says downslope. So because these are the SoCal low residential. May have to get a little repetitive. I'm trying not to use the ones with the red roofs because they're a little too California. I may throw a couple of those in there, but down. So the one, no, that's not the one I used. But that says down, doesn't it? Yeah. All the slope houses have to be red. Why doesn't the repaint mod work with something that I'm using? Let's see here. That's a big one. Oh, I like that one. It's a double. 2 for the price of 1. We'll take that. Let's see what the other options are. Okay, that's the same one we've already used. We have. These are probably all the ones that hang off. Okay, so let's get a little more repetitive with this one. The other mod I think that really changed my world in the last year was of course, like the network multi-tool, kind of doing everything that I didn't know how to do in here a little. Just, I don't know. Parts of Move It I don't know anything about. We'll get there one day. But anyway, I was building this on a laptop. It used to take me about 45 minutes to load into it on the laptop in my old build, and I didn't even get to downtown or across the city that town that we've already done in the beginning of this series. I had basically worked on the backside of the map and the farming and the lumber first, trying to build that in. And that build is what inspired me to buy a new computer and take this a little more seriously. Here we are. So let's see. Let's get another. I like these two kind of together, like their apartment. I really want to do that monorail idea that I had. It's really sticking at my mind. I already have that one. Okay. Another one of those up there, that's fine. Okay. Let's do a little bit of that. We're going to do a little repetition. think something like that'll work. Not the greatest with these houses. I guess some of them I could take down another level, but I don't really know that I need to. I might just bury that level and let's see what we can get done. Come on. You can do it. Back and try to take care of that. If I might ask, how'd you guys find me? Were you just lurking the pages? I have no idea how anybody finds me amongst all the people. Maybe for Quboid, he found it because I have modded in the title, and he's looking for people to search out some bugs for. But I am happy to have you either way. So I had some guys find me from one of the streams where I was helping a guy out. Probably going to leave that house a little buried just because I don't want, there's not too much, you know, these are probably designed for a lot bigger cliffs than I'm using them on. So we're going to try to smooth it out a little. Not going to look too closely at this area in the past. In the future rather, I just kind of wanted the effect over the resort. Yeah, I do play with money. I kind of cheat. I mean, I think anybody that plays with money, I like to see the budget. I like to see that eventually the city turns a profit, and when I turn on my alerts, you'll see that for the most part, my city is more functional, I think, than a lot of modded players. You know, I am using no abandonment because a couple days ago, I turned on the realistic population 2 mod. I had 8,000 citizens when I started. I turned on the realistic population mod. I went down to 4,000. See, we're going to use this end. How about that? So I had to pick up the no abandonment mod for the meantime because obviously all my offices and, you know, have nowhere near the workers they need because all the housing, you know, in the whole first builds that I did was all low density. So that really changed. But I wanted to go ahead and bite the bullet and get it over with. So we went ahead and did that. I've got, you know, the huge university was my absolute first build. So, you know, I wanted it to be a college town, and really I wanted to make sure that the college would fit in this sector that I had kind of chosen for it. I wanted to see if I could get everything in there. So we started there. So obviously if you start with a full university with not a citizen, the education problems that brings to your budget is, you know, just ridiculous. So what we've done is, you know, I did the old creative move it, copied one of the big buildings over here, plopped about 20 of them, and then deleted it and took the money for it. So we're doing a little creative mayorship to keep the budget from breaking us while we play, until we get the budget in line. But we do want to see the budget functioning overall. I want to know that the choices I'm making are kind of the right ones. because it turns me off from a build, honestly, when I turn on a build and it's got the unlimited money sign on it. You know, now I have a hard time playing with the milestones. I'll do a vanilla, you know, I've done vanilla. I'll do vanilla again. Mainly because when it comes to like building a lumber area, I don't want to go back and redo it. I want to build, I'm the kind of person that wants to build something and build it the way I want it and not come back and add another, you know, when I get another star. So this is kind of the happy medium for me. I play with the stuff unlocked and find it. And in this case, because of this map and the starting tile location, we went ahead and opened all 81 tiles right at the beginning to also kind of help from what I've heard were potential issues you can have with the 81 tiles mod where, you know, tunnels and plumbing can, I guess, sink in outside the 25 tiles maybe is how I understand it. So we went ahead and unlocked everything at the start so that I could build wherever I wanted to, but I did actually build. The first settlement is the starting tile on the map. Even on the map that I redid, that's still the same starting tile for the Pink Shrimp Harbor. It's a weird starting tile location. It's, you know, second tile you'd buy would be the water. I think it was off-putting to a lot of people when they looked at the map. And maybe didn't choose the map because they saw that challenge if they wanted to play with milestones. So, you know, but I did do that because I wanted to prove to myself that I could get that done. That I could build over there and then come across. So pretty much we've mimicked with how we built into the quadrant, you know, into the zones or whatever. We've mimicked what you would actually have. I want to say we'd have another row of houses on the top too, definitely. So we're going to do that. Yeah, but I'd definitely say that playing modded with money, a lot of people don't do it. Hey, how you doing, Cruft? Welcome in. We're going to go right over these trees we just placed. We're going to do some copying. And let's see, we're going to raise them up to that height. That should be good for those. Let's find a couple more of them. How are you doing, Cruft? Welcome to the stream. I am AntiTarheel. We are building a modded Pacific Northwest based of the United States community based on the areas where I grew up in Portland and Seattle. And the areas in which I spent my 20s and 30s running a working in a microbrewery chain called McMenamin's Breweries, all up and down the coast and the I-5 corridor. And in this time when a lot of us still aren't leaving the house as often as we may like, this is kind of my escape every day to get out and see the world, even if it is a simulation world. Oh, thanks, man. I appreciate that. Lurking is definitely allowed. Take inspiration from a lot of the other builders out there. Obviously, during probably the first year of the pandemic was kind of when I downloaded City Skylines when it first came out, and I played it when it first came out because it's my kind of game. These are, you know, these are the games that I love. But at the time, I didn't really have a good computer. I worked a lot. I didn't spend a lot of time on it. I used to be in the restaurant business. The pandemic really, you know, put a hurting on the restaurant business. So kind of the first year of the pandemic is when I refound City Skylines again, I'd say. And I would have to say it's probably through, you know, I watched a lot of City Planner plays, Overcharged Egg. Those guys are great. Obviously, everybody watches Biffa. I like to watch Bon Bon usually every day to look at the maps, especially when I was trying to decide what map I was actually going to build on. That house has got a weird texture issue in front of it. A little dimensional tearing. Prez, love Prez. I'm going to leave somebody out. $2.20, Dirty H. I like a combination of course, City Walk, City Wall, blew my mind in Mars. That's when I learned I'm definitely not smart enough for procedural objects. Because that just is crazy. I watched a little Sankum Gamer. Yep, I like his stuff too. He also has a nice laid back. I like Skibbeth a lot. I mean, I gotta say, probably if it's out there, you know, Imperator, you know, pretty much everybody. I'm watching at some point something from anybody, because I mean that's how we all get inspiration, right? And there was a time before I launched this series where I was considering other series, and for about, I think there was like a 3-week span where Bon B started something on his island map that he had made. I was thinking about doing a series on it. I was going to do one on Seahorse Islands, and 2 people started series on it. I was going to do one on Vanilla Winter series on the Frozen Shire original map, and Egg started, you know, his rebuild of that with Eggsy's map. And I just felt like if I didn't get something going, every map I wanted to work. I do not know how to do commands. I do not know how to do any of that stuff. Honest. I am going to be 100% honest. I clicked go live last Monday. I don't know how to do the follow alerts. I figured that eventually I would find someone who would not mind taking the time to kind of show me how to do that stuff. Or, you know, I don't know how that works, you know. If you're a GTA streamer, I guess somebody comes in and says they want to be your mod, and then they do it all for you. Or you find somebody that wants to split some, you know, YouTube ad income or something. I don't know how that stuff works. But I am horrible at editing. I'm lucky to be able to play the game as well as I can. Like I said, that kind of my lack of editing is why I did not do this on a YouTube series and why I'm on Twitch. I think I figured out how to do my playlist command. And I'm going to probably, maybe next weekend, I'm going to work on finally getting the map onto the Steam Workshop, maybe. I'm still kind of afraid that until I've built on it a while that somebody else might come along and see my redo and try to do a series on it and steal my thunder. I think that looks pretty good right there. Let's turn off the... I just wanted a few houses overlooking the lake. What do we think? Would you want to live up here? Maybe we need to take a few of the bigger trees down. Thank you very much. Like I said, it's the Pink Shrimp Harbor map, was it what it was originally. I played on it one time through before. If you go look at the map on the workshop, it pretty much has this exact layout. I added the lake, the other 2 lakes up here, because I wanted a little bit of, you know, that Oregon mountain spring, hot spring feel. You know, I extensively changed the road network, although it did have a beautiful bridge that comes across here. This was all 2-lane highway, all the way off the side of the map. And also this highway was a 2-lane highway that ran off the side of the map this way. And it came to a weird intersection here with a bridge. And it was just impossible. So I came in, I stripped all the trees off of it. It had the Pidelmo pines set that was a little older. And it had, they're still beautiful. And I love the one of the 4 of them, but there's one really tall one that I can't deal with when it sways in the wind. So I took all the trees off of it with Move It. I took all the roads off of it with Move It. I got rid of all the tunnels because I like to see traffic. I don't have any tunnels so far on the entire map. I changed up all the bridges. We added in a secondary highway system. We used this lovely one roadway bridge that's from the Revo railway collection, but it's a roadway bridge network that was out before the bridges and piers, and I love that bridge. I think it looks really nice there at the top of the hill where we're gonna have a community. We've got the movable bridge mod over here. We added in this road that runs along the water, along the riverside. We're going to use some barges mod to make the riverway really nice. We're going to have some lumber back here. We've got, this is one of the bridges that I was hoping we could get made into a movable bridge mod bridge, but I heard that I think his name is Kearsarge, although I may say that wrong. I heard he was possibly working on it, was what Epic Lurker told me. But then that was a long time ago, so I don't know if maybe there was a problem due to the train tracks, and that may be harder to do than expected. But I was hoping that this could turn into a lift bridge, because in downtown Portland there are 2 lovely lift bridges, the Steel Bridge and I think the other one's the Hawthorne Bridge, if I remember correctly, or I probably got that wrong and somebody will kill me. Really great bridges there. But basically we put this one in here on the train line because it fits, and we added in the content creator bridge over here coming into, so we'll have a little lumber zone over here. We added in all these, we added in this bridge all these bridges will be on the map, all this networking that I'm showing you. All the intersection marking tool work that I did, which hopefully I got my chevrons the right way. We'll see. This is my first go around with any intersection marking tool. I did all these little cut-ins for the roundabouts. Did extensive node controller work to make sure that all the grades are nice on the train for all the train enthusiasts, and that everything's straight and highway grades are nice. So we've got this, we added in basically the secondary road system to the train. Now it'll always run along here. We brought the train up, we added in all the infrastructure for this resort area, the quay walls and the sidings for the train, this first road structure, and the lake is all on the map as well. Will all be on the map too when you first get it. We took one of I think this is Sidai's Infinity Interchange, and put it on there. Nice little Parslow, Vecchio Cristo's bridges, and the other, which now I can't remember the name of that bridge I said, but it's a lovely one. And we changed this was a highway that ran across the ground here. I kind of elevated it a little bit, and we went ahead and drew out the grid structure. All this grid structure will also be on the map when it's uploaded, as well as all these sidings and cuttings and keys that are in the side of the hill here. So I did all that, and the toll booths will all be on there. All these nicely graded interchanges that are all under, all under 6% grade. Nothing over 6% on the map unless it's like a super, rural build. Got some nice bridges here. Of course, I stole some ideas, as we all do, from Bringer of Fire, and we've got one of his classic underlay bridges here for the train line. Like I said, I don't like tunnels, but I can tolerate these. I can see through them. When I go first person in the train, I don't see through the earth. So we built some train cuttings in here. This is the other side of the map. Basically this highway just went straight across. I added this whole downtown loop and intertwined it into what used to be the 2-lane highway that came out the north of the map. We added the side roads and basically just integrated kind of an old highway, new highway system onto the map, which I think will be very beneficial for the feel of the overall project, while still being able to build it from the ground up. So let's take a look here. I need something for right here. A little amphitheater out onto the lake, maybe. I'm going to think about that one. We're going to work on that this week sometime. Anybody have any ideas besides that? I think that would look nice. Somewhere maybe somebody would play in a little concert. I wonder if I could... Are there any cube services for the concerts? Can we get actual activity besides just a park people generator? I don't know. I'm gonna pause a minute. We're gonna lose some more money for a while, but I want to see some activity again at our resort. This was, like I said, I built these sidings into the map. This was one of the areas that I kind of sandboxed out when I was laying out the map. I was like, man, the train line runs through here. What can you actually do with this? You know, we added this bridge in across the water here too, and all these, you know, I basically copy pasted my roundabout that I created. We put those on here. We made these, took some extra pillars and did some pillar work on these bridges to make them look a little bigger. I like how that came out too. One of the things I thought I might do today was put in a barge harbor further on downriver, because I have one in the city already. And I kind of wanted to see the barges going up and down the river and get the movable bridge working. We're definitely going to do that at some point this week. I think my projects for this week are a golf club, which I think is going to be, you know, the golf club's going to be tricky. I wasn't very happy when I looked at all the golf assets. Although, you know, they're cool. A lot of them are super old. The biggest holdback, I feel that the biggest drawback that they have is the textures. And, you know, especially when you're using a custom theme, like this theme that I'm using is, I have to look at Theme Manager, but I believe it's Stray Cats Nature Reserve. Both, I have a little bit of, I think, Temperate in there for the grass, and I think I have Boreal maybe in there for the ruin texture. And then I have Prez's Autumn theme sand texture, which I really liked. I thought it was really nice looking. I probably would have used his, I also think I used Prez's cliff texture from that theme. I have another map that I'm going to build in fall, that a series that I'm going to start up in late fall, that's, you know, all fall trees and everything, and I'm using more of that texture there because of the leaves and everything on the ground. But we built in these rocks. It was kind of my first attempt at a rocky shoreline. Still not sure how I feel about it. I don't know. For a first attempt, I was really happy with it. But if I'm honest about what bothers me about it, it's kind of the lack of rocks on a lot of the other shoreline. So it kind of feels out of place. But maybe this side would be more rocky because it looks like the water cuts up against it a little harder over time, as I justify. We built this, I think, on day 8, this little neighborhood here with all the craftsman houses on the hillside. Big fan of it. Let's show you a couple more of my favorite builds since we got some new people in the stream. I'm really taking my time today. It's a Sunday. I spent most of the morning at the skate park, so I'm a little wore out. Here is my, what I like to call my custom asset. Haha. The 4 different healthy weeds assets clipped into each other to make it look like it has doors on all sides. That's my Healthy Weeds grocery store. Got it saved in Move It, a little export here and there. We put it right up next to, I believe his name is Cristallo. His beautiful strip mall with all the lovely lights, which I have been wanting to put in every build. And I think the next build I do, I'm gonna have to unsubscribe. Rocky shorelines are tough, man. I think the transition shoreline is really because of the limitations of the texture tools, it's very hard to do. And without, procedural objects, especially to be able to resize rocks and stuff, it can be you feel like you're shoving this whole rock in there for nothing. So back here, we've got our little other side of the strip mall for recycling. We've got the other side of the tracks apartment complex. We've got a little nicer moving up towards the college. We've got the little health center here that we built. I like how that turned out too. I just kind of spammed some white flowers in there, but it came out nice. It's like a little neighborhood outpatient clinic. Then we've got some more Thomas 13 TO's beautiful assets, his Palm Beach series, the condos that go really nicely with the baseball stadium, which of course goes nicely with the liberal arts. So we've got a few more of the Palm Beach series in here, and the elder care and pool, all kind of mixed in there for kind of that baseball college feel, like that. Then come around here, like I said, this is our university. This was probably my favorite build. I think this might have been the day before I started streaming, unfortunately, so no one will ever see it, except for if I do YouTube. But just those nice painted ladies and some of Gray Flame's nice, Pacific Northwest assets mixed in with the Sears houses. We've got the classic graveyard that doesn't look awful because it's been bobbed up. We've got the friendly neighborhood park asset, which has also been bobbed up. Got my little neighborhood church down here in the smallest park ever in the center of town. I really like how this transition between the mid-rise and kind of the old part of town really turned out. We got a little block of commercial. We've got our hotel that you can see from the bridge. We've got a convention center. Now, I have a really interesting build that we're going to put right here this week. And I sandboxed it last night, and it was hard. It was fun. It's very Seattle. Those are my hints. We're definitely doing that this week. So there's something that's coming cool there. I thought these Dutch condos here worked really well along the street. Kind of gave me the difference I needed. We've got some of those lovely old Kansas City assets to kind of give it that we used to be the industrial logging town on the river. And now we've got a few more fancy skyscrapers and pretty lights. This is the sister city here. It'll be the second biggest community on the map next to the large Wagers Bay. And then we'll have another third one. Just a little skyscraper built. Nothing too high. Wouldn't want to ruin people's sight lines. Then, like I said, we've got these beautiful parks by Core 79 that have been on the workshop forever that are terrain conforming. And I filled it in with some fencing and the same path and bushes to make it fit that space around this old industrial and the bakery. Go nuts for donuts. And we've got our skate park under there. A little bit of commercial here. We've got a nice Get-Go gas station asset. This is a city hall from Memphis, I think, that I really liked. Now, if I turn on, this is what I was talking about earlier. A lot of people I see that stream, they turn on their alerts, their warnings. Their whole city is dying and flooding, and okay, this is my only problem. My only problem is realistic population mod based. I have an issue with not enough workers because my population is not there. We're gonna get there. We gotta get there before we build downtown, because obviously downtown's all skyscrapers, right? So once we put on the mod, we had built downtown proper. We moved outside of downtown across the highway. I built this community over here, which is all, reminds me very much of Aberdeen or Astoria, Washington, nice coastal Washington. Oh, we got the nice sunset going down too in the west. Beautiful, love it, perfect time. we've got this. I don't know about you guys, but I really love these Jorge Puerta assets that have come out that are actually neighborhood-sized schools, you know, that aren't 5 stories, and he's got the little police station and fire station that go with it, and they just fit so well in so many areas. I'm going to abuse those. Over here, we've got all the flatter, kind of older, single, you know, logger dwelling homes with the more brick university city housing. As you can see, we've extensively used Bob here to take off a lot of the props and trash and soda machines and kegs and barrels and stuff that's great when you wanted to use them in the university, but when you wanted to use them outside of just a regular neighborhood, they became a little repetitive. So we got rid of those. We changed all the trees. I don't think I have any vanilla trees on the map anymore, using lots of gray flame, Mr. Mason, Fidelmo trees. Beautiful strip mall by Spence. I love that asset. Put in here under the bridge on the other side of the highway. Got our gas station. Of course, got a couple more rows, and that's it of residential here before it heads off the highway. Then a couple days ago, we built this suburban area with some more of that American eclectic pack. 3-car garages and overwhelming suburban American sprawl. We just kept it small here. One of the builds I have in mind that I want to do that I was talking about a minute ago was the golf club, and it's going to sit on the top of this hill. There's going to be a golf course up in here. Like I was saying, a lot of the golf course assets, my biggest problem is that without procedural objects, you really can't use a lot of them because one fairway is the whole length of this neighborhood of the Pinehurst golf course that's on the workshop. So I did find a beautiful modular golf course by the Big Easy, and I played around with a little bit of it, thinking I would do that on stream yesterday. And once I got into it, it was way more work than I was ready to commit to on stream. Could have been one of those that you spend the whole day doing something that you rip out the next day. And so I decided I was going to think about that a little more. We're going to put the Thomas 13TO Country Club asset up here, along with a nice golf course. We built all these apartments to help with our realistic population mod. There's this gentleman, I think his name is Charlie Adams or something. It's new to the workshop that's been putting out these lovely apartment buildings, little 4x4, 3x4 apartment buildings. That is something that has been sorely missing from the workshop. To believe that anything is sorely missing from the workshop, there's very few things that there's not a lot of. I've mentioned a few of those things today: golf course assets, the smaller, I see these in every town where I'm at in North Carolina and every town that I've ever lived at across the country. Same with these lovely ones by King Leno. We built this one in first. It's the newer university condominiums to support the university. These ones were the older, more run down, cheaper. Then we came over here. Are you talking about those new assets, Iker? The new condos? Oh, the local fire police station. Sorry, I was rambling there and I didn't see your chat. Yeah, where they really fit in good was this neighborhood I'm about to show you. Okay, so this was kind of a modular build that I did, and this was 2 days ago's stream, and I really enjoyed this build. I came in and sandboxed it the night before. This was the day after the realistic population mod install, and like I said, I dropped from 8,000 to 4,000 population in a click of a button. And not that 8,000 to 4,000 is huge, because we're still a small community, so it's not that bad. But it was still, made my jobs go a little wacky. So one of the things I wanted to do was I came in and I built a grid that's 4 deep. And, one of the holes everybody falls into in city skylines is not using the smaller assets. I mean, we all do it when we zone, and I'm not zoning in this series, but when we do zone, people that zone, you all know that you get repetition. You get a lot of the 4x4 assets, a lot of the 3x4 assets. You don't really see the other ones unless it's kind of the fractured zoning, which we all know kind of drives us crazy in the peripheral vision. So you really don't appreciate those. A lot of time you end up deleting them anyway. So what I did was, since the Realistic Population 2 mod has such an issue, you know, where the low density housing is one house, no matter if it's 4x4 or 1x1, what we did was we came in here, we took the 1x2 self-sufficient assets, and I built these. I basically built a 4x4 set, and I built 2 sets of them so they were mirrored. And then we came around and we basically plopped these in with Move It, the 4x4 corner sets. And then in the middle, I would put in one of the big 3x4s, or in some cases here, we've got 2 of the 3x2s in the middle. So you end up with this kind of prefab. My idea was like, this is a self-sufficient housing project by the Weyerhaeuser Lumber Corporation. You know, very prefab, very new, trying to get people to, you know, move into these communities instead of the other. And I think it really came out great using this repetitive pattern. Of course, once again, Bob helps out here, changing all the trees to livable trees. We put in a nice, you know, parking lot asset. And then here's what I was talking about, like being able to do this with the school, fire station, and police station. Like, this looks like, I mean, I just jammed the police station into the yard of the school, and it's almost like the guy made it to fit that way. And I was so happy with it. I was like, finally a school that looks the right height for low density housing. You know, and obviously we've got a little texture tearing there because I'm pushing it into the ground probably or something, but looks great. 99.9% of the view. We added a little park here with the pavilion. This is another one. I think this is Core 79. And then this is going to either be one of the parks by the Rec 87 or, oh geez, there's another guy that's been putting out a bunch of parks lately that I'm forgetting it. But anyway, we just used some repeating trees and a parking lot here, gave them a little park. So we have just a little suburban area. I was really happy with that. That build was a lot of fun. It went really quick. I laid down the roads the night before, and we just came in and copy pasted in the neighborhood. But I thought that, you know, for a kind of a modular build featuring the little housing, I really thought, like, to me, that looks like kind of a prefab apartment complex. I thought that was a great build. I was very happy with it, and using the smaller, you know, I think I got 17 houses per block as opposed to what you'd usually get at, you know, 3 or 4. So it really helped our population in one episode. So anyway, hope you guys like that. Kind of another little tour. I'm stalling. We're gonna head towards the 3-hour mark. Here you can see this one during the daytime too. I think this side came out really nice. You've got kind of the distinction between the lower, you know, the one style of house that you see so often in those older communities in old industrial small towns. And then as we turn the corner here up onto the hill where you end up with the view of the water, the houses get much nicer. Of course, we took the time to line up all the driveways, which for anyone who's ever used these big suburbs houses is one of the challenges with them, especially the corner. There's a lot of corner lots. They're so great to use, but they can be tricky, and you've got to come along and, you know, some of them I used the ones that didn't have the full driveway, so we had to come along and do a lot of decal work to make everybody have a driveway. Which brings me to another of my favorite game-changing mods, which was the curb height adjuster. Because one of my old pet peeves in the game was watching the cars all pop their tires as they drove up monster curbs. So thanks to the curb height adjuster, you can see we've got the curbs down to the lowest setting, the 0.1, And it actually looks the way it should look to be. That, to me, is an acceptable curb to drive over. And I don't know if you agree, but I would assume you probably do. Much better than, what used to really bug me is when I would do the driving videos, and like from the first person view, the car would look like it was half the height of the curb. I mean, the curb would look like it was half the height of the car. So we used these. We used a combination of the detailed ones and the non-detailed ones to fill in. And then we came down here and I added we got the typical City Skylines fire. We added in this road last, I think the next day, and I added this whole road here so we could get a little more sprawl. We're going to do some beach condos down here. We're going to use some of Kano's lovely stilt houses. I don't know if anybody's ever seen those on the workshop, but they are beautiful beach house assets that are all up on stilts. So they're going to be used all up along the shoreline here. That's going to be a really fun build too. Anyway, I ramble. So this game is enjoying what you built, right? Watching it move while you lose $45,000 a week at this point. Okay, so I think that this neighborhood is probably good enough, honestly. I'm not trying to get super detailed with it, as you can see. I mean, I haven't done the greatest job of the terrain work as advertised. These are tough to work with, but I did get the result that I wanted, which was houses that actually looked like they had a view out the back, which is another thing that is sorely lacking on the workshop and in the vanilla assets. Most of the vanilla assets, the view is to the road. So I was very happy to be reminded of these by whoever reminded me of them on their series. Obviously, originally, I think they were created for Leejos build, or maybe he created them for Prez's build or Reaper's build. I'm not sure, because Reaper has a pack of these houses too. But they're great. And I downloaded them last night, and we've used the ones I wanted to use. I didn't want to use too many red ones because the red ones really give off the California feel. And like I think I explained, there's some mod that I'm using that it says I can't use repaint with. I want to say it might be one of the Rebalanced Industries or something that says that. Something that really confused me that it said that, because it was also by the same creator. So I was thinking to myself, well, wait, why would they? But I guess that's just the limitations of something in the code, which I'm sure Quboid could tell us more about if he's still here. But, that's for people like him to know and people like us to appreciate, right? It's the mystery behind, like, that movable bridge mod. I was like, why? How is this possible? This is amazing. Nice to meet you too, Iker. I usually start streaming a little early, so hopefully I'll see you around, maybe tomorrow. Thanks for joining us. Really appreciate the chats. Feel free to pop in another time and say hello. We'd love to have you. All right. I want to make the path come up here. That's one thing we're going to do. So I've got to I want this path to tee off, and I want the path very close to the monorail line. I want it to kind of look like you could walk up the path and service, the cable cars, not monorail. We are going to switch to probably the gravel path, because the terrain conforming aspects, and just that this is kind of off in the middle of nowhere. So we're going to go this way. Definitely don't want lights running all the way up the hills, so we're going to come up, and I want to come up right into the middle there somehow. Let's get over here. I'm going to turn off the road guidelines. ourselves anchored in, then we'll use move it to get it all straight. Get out of here. Okay. It's pretty bumpy, but it's not supposed to be a free ride. So let's just pop out the trees on it real quick. Now, you'll notice that I work with my collision settings on off. I like to take out my trees manually. It's not a therapeutic thing or anything. It's purely just because if you let the collision engine take them out, they still count against your tree count. And I would bet that that would lead to some rendering issues as the game tries to render trees under your networks. Even though it can't render them, I would guess that that would be just another process for the computer to work through. So I like to take them out, get my tree count down. Since I like to work slow, it's not that big of a deal. A lot of people, you know, they just like to throw that path in there. I am going to probably, you know, walk up and down the path. Maybe not this one because I've kind of already looked at it, but most times I'm going to take a few trips up that beaten path. Okay, we're going to smooth this out. We're going to make it a little less crazy with a walk. Same thing there. Get rid of a couple of the bumpies. All right. So we should have a path there. Now I need to download them, make a note of it. I'll look if there's a gateless nature reserve asset. I'm sure there probably is. Oh, Nightbot is what enables the commands in your chat, but it's pretty simple. Okay. Is Nightbot one of the extensions that I download? Because there was something there that said something about like it had like it was described as like loyalty for your viewers. But I'm not sure. I'm going to look at that though, and within the next couple weeks we're going to get commands going. I want to get collection. I want to get maybe a link to a screenshot gallery. If I could figure that out, that'd probably be pretty cool. Obviously, there's going to be several collections because there'll be a collection. I mean, you know, you're limited by 1,000, I think, items in a collection. Make Nightbot a mod in chat. You can set up custom commands, but you'll have to set up a mod collection in Steam. Yeah, okay, yeah. And link that gallery too. Oh, okay. Okay, yeah. So that it'll, when I hit mod, when you put in exclamation point mod, it takes you to the mod page on Steam, is what you're saying. To link that too. Yeah, I found my link, I think, for the Epidemic Sound, for the playlist I created. That's like 12 hours of kind of this same feeling. And I was going to put that in there. I want to put a mod list in there. Once we upload the map, I want to put a link to the map so people can download it, because I think a lot of people would have a lot of fun playing on the map. I think it's really pretty, and as long as you had a pretty strong computer. I mean, honestly, I don't know. Maybe I could load this on my laptop if I tried. Okay, so we've got our first pathway in. I'm gonna look on the Steam workshop for tomorrow. I made a note of it. We're gonna see if we can find it. I have a gateless main park entrance, but I want a gateless nature reserve park entrance. If there is a difference, I'm gonna have to look that up. So we can put that there, because I definitely want to charge people to get in and up at that mountain. But I think that's the first road. not really sure what's going to live on this corner yet. We've already talked about putting a gas station in over here. Some good traffic. I want to change that road out probably before I put the gas station in, though. Not a big fan of that vanilla road. I think I'm going to switch it to one of the big urban collection. Yeah, I'll look it up. I appreciate it very much, Cuffed. I think I can see it if I click on your message. That's one of the things I'm also not too sure about. That's probably something that I need Nightbot to do for me, but I would be able to. I know that a lot of the times in people's channels, they can see the link, but the people in the channel can't see the link. So that, you know, your viewers don't click on porn by accident or whatever. I was real happy we made these, oh, my tree somehow got out of place. Made these lovely little cul-de-sacs. Showed somebody how I make those yesterday using one of the urbanist roads as a grass line median. And then a 1U road to finish it off. And we can make really nice little cul-de-sacs that actually look like the people should drive around them, although it looks like right here, that mail truck sure didn't. But it looks like they should go around the circle. See if they actually do or not. Oh, sweet. My trees grew in. Earlier today, I came along and I raised this whole neighborhood with Move It, all the houses and streets, up to, I think it was the height of this node. Originally, it was set on the height of this node. But for some reason, all my trees along this line that we put in yesterday, along these houses, were all dead. Like, I only could assume it had something to do with the water and the key, and, you know, we all know water physics in the game is a little funky, right? But like when I logged in today, all these trees were dead shoreline trees. So that was the first thing I did before I launched up the stream, was I raised those because I wanted to see if that helped, and it did. So there's a tip for you that might work in some situations, that if you're having problems with trees looking dead from water in places they really shouldn't, like these trees were fine and these were dead, and it was the strangest thing ever. I was looking at it going, that is just retarded. You know, or, you know, just not right in any way, shape, or form that the water does that. But I also had problems somewhere else where I had like water gathering at the bottom of a road here for some reason. I had to re-switch it. I think lakes can be, and that was because I had another fishing pier asset here buried into the ground the way I have this one. So you can't see the silly parking complex. And then I, with Bob, turned off the invisible parking spaces. And I had another one there. And because of that, this was leaking down here, because that was down and around. Yeah, you like the tree in the cul-de-sac. And see, I was really happy with those. Somebody saw them. I had made them in my other side. And Arcades, one of my followers, commented that he could never get his cul-de-sacs nice. So yesterday we did these on stream so he could see just how easy they were. And really, it's just as simple as, if you see this road is the urbanist. It's this road right here. Let's find it. It's a 2U road, and it's a pack of roads right here by Urbanist. And I used the no parking one with the grass. And as you can see, we just slid it until now the light probably won't disappear for me because I did that. I had that happen on the other side actually, but we slid it until the traffic light, or until the street light went away. But you can also just hide it with a tree. Now, where did I put my tree? We'll just do it the other way. How about that? There we go. Now I've got a light in there though, so. But anyway, that's how you make them. The light in the tree actually looks nice when it's in there, but I just drew a little 2-unit section of the one road, connected it with a 1U road, and then used Move It and scooted it over till the light disappeared. And it made it look like a little round circle of grass right in the middle. I was like, I discovered that like day 2 of the build, and it was not something I had done before. I had made cul-de-sacs with a node controller, but I was like, wow, that's super easy. and one less step to go with the mod, which, you know, we all look for at times. So it's a quick and easy cul-de-sac you can make, which I really love. I love this area with the walkable quay. I still haven't seen anybody using my steps. I don't know if you noticed this, but these are the 2-level Bridges and Piers content creator keys. So basically I've just sunk them down a little bit so that you can't see the bottom layer. The stairs come down and kind of disappear. Kind of makes the shoes disappear when they're walking on that and not the sidewalk, but that rarely happens because I find that most of them switch to the sidewalk when they get to the bottom of the stairs. Node controller is super amazing. I don't know which one you use. I use the renewal. The other one does some really cool stuff too. I see Imperator use the other one to like stretch outside, but I use the node controller renewal. Now the other node controller may do this, but for me, the thing that made me add node controller renewal to my build was being able to do this with my highway and offset shift the side of the node to match up with these, so that I hated how old highways looked, where the texture bows out on the side. It was the farthest thing from realistic to me. And honestly, it's one of the few reasons I'm not using Gray Flame's wonderful North American Freeway Highway set is because the difference in the size of the 1-lane off-ramp is so skinny that it I don't find, and the bridges narrow when they make bridges, and that doesn't happen in real life where I live. Like if you're driving on the highway and it goes over and expands, the bridge highway is the same width as the asphalt where it's not a bridge. So that's why I've used the vanilla highways, even though the texturing's not so great on them, because they're the only highway set that I could find. I think there was one other one maybe that had it, but they were the only ones that I could find where the bridges really didn't become super narrow. But that use of the node controller for lining those things up and offsetting roads, like something as simple as what I've done here, where I've got the one this road is, as you can see when I pull over it, is offset to that road so that it looks like the sidewalk goes straight. That made a huge difference in the realism of my builds, you know. And when I really got into the network multi-tool, the same thing with the grades. Like how many times I came through in map building and made sure all these grades were like, less than 6%. And how hard that really was on a City Skylines map. How long that took. It took a long time. I mean, I spent 6 months probably on just the rework of the map and the trees. And then going through and every day taking a ride on a road and, oh, there's a bump. Let's mark that down, come back out, fix that bump, go back in, take the same ride. I would hook up the highway and unhook the highways, force the traffic down the road so I could ride every road that I put on the map to make sure that we had no unworking nodes and no super crazy bumpy, up and down stuff. Because if by chance, anybody else ever picked it up, I would want them to have the same fun experience I could have. So we've got that. Let's see. Done those houses today. Maybe we'll start. I'm thinking, what should we do today? What should we finish with today? I got a couple more hours left in me probably. What is it? It's 6 o'clock where I am. So probably go till about 8 before I get starving. So we could either come in here, build something on this side of the highway, which I really hadn't decided what I was going to do with yet. This is going to be a little commercial zone, which we really don't need much of. I'm going to have to do some more creative counting, copy paste of buildings here before the day ends, though. So I don't really know what I want to put up here yet. I know it's going to be like gas station, graveyard, somewhere I want to get in a junkyard. We need to get a trailer park in soon. I feel like a town is not complete without a trailer park. It is tedious when you do it over and over. What made it tedious, I would say, is if I was doing the stuff I did with the roads in the game itself, it would not be as tedious. Doing it in map editor makes it 10 times more tedious. I don't know if you've ever worked in map editor before, but the map editor makes you think things are level when they're not level. It makes you think things are unlevel when they are level. And you'll go through and you'll raise your bridges because they look like, or lower your bridges because they're all raised in map editor. And then when you come in and load in the map, the whole thing is, down and, your bridge slopes down in the middle or whatever. In the map editor, it's a whole different world because you got to load out. Certain mods don't work in the map editor, certain do. Certain mods make it so you can't just load into the map in the map editor. You actually have to go out of the game and load in fresh. So taking all those trips definitely took up a time. And I'll be honest, I spent 6 months working on the map. I could probably look somewhere and see what date that was, but I would guess it was about a year ago. I spent 6 months working on the map. I got the map to exactly what I wanted, and I looked at it and I said, I don't know what to build. I don't know what I want to build. I mean, I knew what I wanted to build, but I didn't know where to start. It had taken so long to do all the trees and everything else. It was I was like, okay, maybe I just upload this redone map onto the workshop and let other people enjoy it. I knew I wanted to build on it, but I didn't, you know how it goes. You spend so much time on a project and then you kind of get burned out on it. And I went and I played FIFA for probably 3 months. Started playing FIFA every day and just didn't even look at City Skylines. And I think, honestly, a month ago or whatever, 2 months ago, I saw the Airports DLC was coming out, and I was like, okay, we're picking the game back up again. And I picked it up, and I pulled in, that's when I decided, that's when I figured out, okay, what do I have to get to actually stream on Twitch? Do I need a microphone? Do I really need a camera? Am I going to do a camera? Maybe we'll do it eventually, I don't think I really need it. This isn't about me. It's about the city. So that was kind of when I decided we're just going to do it. And I was like, okay, I'm going to do a YouTube series. It's let's get the stuff we need to do the YouTube series. And I recorded about 5 days worth of content and was like, I'm never going to edit this. This is never going out. Never. No one will ever see this. And the next day, it was Monday, or I think I took Saturday and Sunday. I ordered myself a new microphone so I didn't have to use my headset microphone. Ordered myself a new microphone so I wouldn't sound like a grinder playing GTA. And it was the day the microphone came in, I set it up and it hit go live, and tomorrow will be the 7th stream, or 7th day. So we are definitely a work in progress. I don't know if I showed you this the first day. I was happy with this too. I used one of those content creator, I think this might be the European pedestrian bridge. Just elevated it at ground level and used it as the fast track walking path downtown. I like that. It came out nice too. Looks good. It's just so you can walk by and smell the fishies at the fish pier. I guess if I ever upload this onto the workshop, I'm going to have to upload this asset, which I can't believe nobody's done before, but this is the vanilla fish farm. And I went in, this was my first thing I've ever done in the asset editor. I went into the asset editor and I took those 3 harvester things that stuck way out in the water off of it. Made myself a pier that actually collects fish. And I'll just put some prop boats at it. And it can be a working fishery without having those weird pontoons sticking out in the middle of my river. Yeah, this was all in the beginning. Basically, we started here. This was my first day of build. I wanted to see if I could fit the university. Basically, I had the map comes with this road and this outline of a square in the quadrant, and of course it comes with the two bridge setups and the road that comes along the coast. So it comes with the 4-lane roads, you could say. So the first day I came in, I wanted to see if I could fit all my university assets in this quadrant. And we got that done, and that's when I was like, okay, I recorded it, and I was like, I could go back and do that live. And I was like, no, we'll just do a YouTube series. And then the second day I came in and I did my CBD for this town we're calling Bridgeland, because the high school football field generated the Bridgeland Bears, and I thought it was fitting for the 2 bridges, so it works for me. So we came in here and we built what's the, kind of the commercial center of Bridgeland. We've got our cargo barges here that will run all the goods up the river, past the fishing. We've got our ferry bus depot here, the vanilla one, or mass transit one, which will have a ferry shuttle to cross the water, which will be nice, and probably a ferry maybe out to, if we do any houses on any of these islands, I might do a ferry stop out to there. So that was the day 2 build, was this quadrant. And then day 3 was this. These are all, none of these were on Twitch, unfortunately. These were all before I started streaming. So this was day 3, which was one of my favorites and the one I'm most upset about not streaming. Maybe I'll stream the VOD. That would be funny. Although it probably has like something else in the sound in the back, or no sound at all. So this was the 3rd. Then the 4th day we put in our high school, elementary school, sports complex, the baseball field to go along with the university, and all the sports stuff to go with it. I kind of zoned that out. We got our parking lot in, and we had left it at that. Then I came back the next day. I built this zone here inside the 4-lane, this quadrant. The next day I built this quadrant. The next day we built the condos and the shopping center. Then the next day we built here, I think, and the McDonald's and the Holiday Inn over here, and the waterfront. And then we came and did here, and then another day over here, starting over here, and then we moved across the river. So we've got a lot to go, but I think what we have built looks pretty complete over there, with the exception of the missing golf club. Probably something over here, maybe the trailer park, some industrial along the old highway. I really want to find another train to ride, because train rides are my favorite on the map, and I haven't gotten one to go, had one to come through downtown yet. But this is going to be, I may not get to downtown here for a month. I'm thinking we go here, finish this area off. I'm thinking tomorrow, since I started the path, tomorrow's either going to be this park, or we're going to work on my special project for under the bridge over here that kind of leads into downtown, although I don't need to do it at all. So we might do that, or we'll do this community out here, which I've got named as Lewis Crossing, the pun on the Lewis and Clark. So we got Lewis Crossing and Clark on the other side of the water. So I may work on that, or we may work lumber. I can't decide what I want to do. We don't need any industry or any business, which is making me think that I need to continue the residences and get the residences going. Then again, I could just spam downtown with a bunch of high rises and have plenty of people and traffic everywhere, or we could work down here along the water. That would be another option. Get the houses in there that kind of lead into the industrial town here. And I still haven't decided if houses are going to go all the way along here or not. But yeah, you can see I'm a slow builder, especially when I'm sitting around like today, kind of a Sunday, just enjoying it. Kind of more responding to chat. Did you see the cable car ride yet, Cruft? Or did you log in after that? We can take a quick cable car down the mountain. pretty phenomenal. So yeah, so I put in the one through station. We're gonna have a cable car. Gonna put the observatory up here, like I said, and probably a ranger station. We're gonna keep it kind of sparse. Some people generators, some of the nature reserve campgrounds, tents. This whole mountain is gonna be very nature reserve oriented with a long windy road around it. We're gonna have, this is the area down in the Central Business District. It's gonna have our 2 freight train station, and we're gonna use the double rail train station that has the 2 monorail links, so that in good Seattle style, we can have a monorail to nowhere. You know, that goes a few blocks and is a huge waste of taxpayer dollars, but we're gonna do it because that's Pacific Northwest. But so we put this through station. We're gonna have another cable car, probably that comes from somewhere off this road, I'm thinking. Maybe down in here in this little clearing. It's going to come up this side of the mountain as well to try to force people to use the cable car to come up to the top. And then we're going to use some of, I think the guy's name is Villegard that did the park ranger. It might be police assets or something, so I might have to put hide a police station up top. We're going to put that up top and have some scenic overlooks, but as you can see from the top of the mountain, we will have a fabulous view of all the communities. That was another thing that I kind of, when redoing the map, I kind of planned. I looked at where the roads were. I kind of looked at what you could see at night. I wanted to get something that really felt real up here. And the cable car asset, you know, kind of fit the, I mean, does it have to be a cable car? We could call it the ski lift for the mountain bike trail that I might build up here that goes down the mountain with the invisible one-way bike trail asset. That's definitely in the works for this part of the build. But so we're gonna use the cable car. I used them in one of my, I think it was the Tornado Alley Challenge City, and I used them to transport people across the river back and forth. And I got all my, you know, cable car achievements while doing that a few years ago. And you know, people love the people will line up for the cable cars. They love the cable cars if you put them in the right places. So I figured what better place than to have one come up from our Lakeside Resort to the top of the mountain. And that was kind of one of the things that I thought about, again, like I said, when I did the map. So let's take the ride down. Let's find, is there a car up here? Here we go. We got a car getting ready to come through. We'll get in close. And I tried to, I got to change the angle of this wire a little bit so it doesn't clip through the building. That's something we're going to get to when we go to the top. I just kind of wanted to see what I could get away with. So we're going to do the ride down. I'll put it on 2 speed so it doesn't take forever. We're going to enjoy the ride down. I'm going to get myself some water. And I'll be right back. I think the car should go. Here we go. Let's come out of this view. See if I can get the ultimate load going. Is it wants to die? Let's see if it does it. Oh yeah, that's not going to work. That's super laggy. Yeah, we're going to go back to the regular. Ultimate level of detail didn't want to play with us that time. So we're going to take the cable car down. You get a nice view across the, you can see the red tile from the university assets. That looks really nice. What is that? Got a clipping with the tree, maybe? My camera. All right, there we go. Now I'm gonna go get some water. Be right back. I might even be able to consider putting a station in at the end of this neighborhood here for quick transit down to the resort. But they do have a path already, don't they? Thank you very much, man. I appreciate that. Where was that had the cable car? This reminds me of the ski lifts when I lived in Central Washington and Centralia. We used to go mountain biking at Three Sisters, and it reminded me a lot of that. Juneau, Alaska. Wow. Fabulous. I almost moved there after culinary school when I was younger. Anyway, that's our cable car ride. What'd you think? They're pretty nice, huh? You don't see many cable cars getting used, and you especially don't you don't see them really getting used, you know, for stuff like this. And I love our little elevated nature reserve path here, coming out of our park entrance, so we can, you know, we're gonna run the path up along here. I'm thinking this is probably tomorrow because I've got it kind of in my mind now of what I want to do. And I want to run the path kind of up here, you know, windy, where maybe it comes by where the poles are of the cable car. So it looks like you could get to the cable car for maintenance. And we'll wind up and around and above here. And, you know, as you can see, if you look at the topography, we've got the ridge here, so we may, you know, we could bring the path up and along and around the ridge. And out this ridge, we can put a nice observation. And on this ridge, we can put another observation platform. You know, and hopefully the people will... I've had good luck with the nature reserve assets in the past where wherever I put them, even if they were farther out of the city, that the people would come use the campsites and the fire pits and those kind of things pretty often. Now see, there's a bug in the Toggle It mod right here, where every time you log out of this camera view, when you log out of the camera view and you hit escape and you come out, it automatically, even though you've got these turned off. So here you see I've got them turned off. And we're going to go in the camera view. We're going to come back out. And automatically they're on even though they're not. And you got to click it and turn them off again. There's a bug for somebody. Not super annoying though, or anything. Anyway. I don't know if you saw this. We did this a little earlier. I put a little extra detail in on this at the beginning of the stream today. This is one of our resorts, the Thomas 13TO, I think is his name. He's got all these great large buildings. We abused the Avanya Planters assets that are out on the workshop for some easy detailing. A little elevated nature reserve path with a little of the vanilla Green Cities prop vegetation. There's the lines of them, and we put that line in the thing, and then I came in with another grass one to give a second color in there. So it kind of gave it a little blend. Just real easy, simple definition of the front of that. I love my path that runs through the building. I changed it in the middle of the building to concrete path and brought it out this side. So you can see here, she's going in the doors on that side through the concrete path. And she is going to come out over here through these doors. And something so simple like that, I could sit here and watch for hours. That's City Skylines. Just something like that can change your build. You know, I loved it. I was like, when I elevated it and I saw the little wood sidings, I was like, man, that looks perfect. That's great. I mean, the color green is a little, you know, because I guess that's probably the tropical theme texture. But yeah, they go right through it from side to side, which I think is cool. You know, a lot of people do that in a lot of things, and I do it in some stuff too. But this is one of the times where it was like, I really liked it. I need to move it. See, he didn't go through the door. Now I'm upset. So we're going to come in here and we're going to move it. That should get me through the door. Do people actually use those little tables? Oh my Lord, my mind is blown right now. That lady just sat down at that table. I figured those were non-working prop tables. Anyway, these brick planters looked good with the stone bottom, I thought. The brick Avanya planters. Here, this one's probably going to go through. No, they're going to come use the tables too. That's a happening spot. Mind blown. Anyway, I like this. That was just really simple detailing. Feature area. You know, all this was already on the map. This lake, the little shoreline right here. That's built in there, so somebody else can enjoy that as well. Build their own little version of up here, or delete it all. Build a quarry, or whatever they want. This is what we came up with. This was a couple days ago. I was real happy. This little simple gazebo came out really nice with the, I think this is a little garden path network that I hadn't used before. Really pretty. I think it came, I had to download it for one of my park assets. And I found it in my thing, and of course, when I was driving down the highway today, again, I noticed that the magnolias and all the rhododendrons are in bloom here in North Carolina, so assuming it's the same way everywhere else, so I was real happy for that. I was really happy with this, and this again is this is another one of those kind of modular builds that I said I built on the other side with the self-sufficient housing, except for this is the high density, and I took the 1x1s and the 1x2s and did them in a little repeating pattern. So once again, it looks like a little prefab. Thank you. Most of those trees are gray flame. You can thank him for those trees. Most of them are the gray flame pines, red cedars, and Douglas firs. And then there's also some of the Norway spruce, Mr. Mason. And then when he gets into the lower stuff, there's a lot more mixed in. A few alders, the gray flame alders. But most of it's gray flame trees, I would say. Most of my street trees and stuff are Padelmo, but... And then we built this. I like this little overgrowth patch by the train track. Little vegetable stand. That was the end of the stream yesterday. I was really happy. I don't do much like nature detailing. You mean with the, by levels, you mean with the key? I still haven't seen anybody use those stairs. Well, I've been watching, but I know the paths are connected, so they should use them. I want to see it. The key walls with the stairs and the two walkable things opened up a lot of possibilities. I remember when that Bridges and Piers content creator pack came out. That was when I was building this the first time around with the original infrastructure that came with the original map of Pink Shrimp Harbor. I did something very similar to this downtown in this. I didn't do water because I never built over here in that playthrough of the map, but I was building a university over here, and I had this train line that, you know, would come down to my port, because one of the things on this map is the best place for the harbor is here, because the ships actually turn properly and don't do that weird thing where they look like they're going through the harbor. So I wanted my harbor here, and I needed to get a train line down here so I could have some kind of train service. I don't think I'm going to do the harbor with the train, but I'm going to do a train, you know, offload. And I basically did that with the key all along this train line, and did like a 2-tier, and then had a road that came over the train line and dropped down. And it was really interesting. As a matter of fact, I may still have, let me see, I think I still have in Move It, I might have something saved in my presets. Let's see here. Template, bypass train station. Yeah, I think this was it. If I restore it, it should go right to the spot. Yeah, okay, I'm missing net data, so it didn't show up, but whatever. This was basically it. I had like a below ground key, and then the key wall came around. You can see here what I did. I had like one of the new train stations in here, and the key walls, and the key wall kind of turned around and then went this way, and the train station at that point came in through here. My first playthrough, I brought it in under the road and went that way with it down to the harbor. And so I had this other, you know, section. We'll get rid of that. But I really like that look. It I was happy to do this basically, you know, what I would consider modded vanilla, you know, Move It, key anarchy, network multi-tool to get it smooth. You know, I didn't have to use, a lot of people use a lot of ploppable grass, ploppable surfaces. I did this in the map editor, which was also super tricky because in the map editor, it always looks like the terrain comes through the keys. So I would have to do the keys and then, you know, come in here and try to level out the terrain and then reload into the map editor and see if there was tearing in between them. That took a long time, but I got it and I was happy with it. And I love the, you know, it looks like the old tiered stone wall. I was trying to find a way to make this area really usable and a clear distinction from the lake to here. And I probably got lucky, like I said, that the water didn't come out. Because with this water mechanics in City Skylines, you never know. And like I said, I had another one of these piers buried over here. And when I did that, water was flooding here. And I deleted that pier and the flooding went away. So obviously me pushing that pier down caused water to flood here. So, you know, you got to be really careful when you're using piers and water and keys. And it also fit perfectly, I thought, with that train station, right? Because the train station's got the steps back up. I get to use that great train station. The multi-levels in this train station made this one really the winner out of those assets for me. I don't know about anybody else, but the fact that I could see the people on the skywalk go across, the slopes good on this portion. This was a really well done asset. The terrain conforming grass kind of, you know, like, he did a good job on that one. I've gotten some downtown buildings. It's going to be more modern in the, well, of course, this is Pacific Northwest City, so I say it's going to be more modern. A lot of it is the lots of the Vancouver condos, the Smiles sets, the high-rise condos, things like that. We've got a lot of those same style office buildings. I've tried to get some things with different shapes so that we could try to get some, because we're going to be limited a little bit by the standard grid that Portland works off of. I need to have some buildings with some angles. I haven't gone through and actually plopped them down yet to see which ones might be too tall for me yet. Like, can I use the Columbia Center from Seattle building that's super old? Or is it just going to be way too tall? But we're going to have basically kind of older looking row houses, older residential through here, a little more brick styled with the modern on top. But then when we get in here, since we're going to be putting down, let's go ahead and save it here. We're paused anyway. I'm going to save it. Call this 11.1. So I'll give you a kind of a preview here. We're going to have the, this one here. And, where's the other guy? I think his name's I'm going to mispronounce it. He's German. Sinkhorn. His freight terminal right there. We're going to do lots of these and these kind of warehouse build in here kind of thing with a little bit of industrial. This will kind of be the industrial side of the rail yard. We're going to use some nice rail props there. So this side will be kind of more modern. We're going to have definitely one of the monorail lines. The inner monorail line is going to come down across the highway here into this residential, and most likely down to here where I think we're going to have our amusement park pier. So we'll have a monorail like loop that'll then go to the airport and back up and around to the university and around. And then I'm thinking that the other track of the monorail is kind of one of my special projects that I've got. I'm thinking I've got this monorail station that I'm going to try to stuff up under this bridge and elevate. And we're going to run the monorail and tuck it between the bottom pillars of this bridge. The Kohana Bridge, I think that is. We're going to see kind of how realistic that looks. I'm going to have a couple probably of the monorail pillars into the water. But I'm hoping that I can stretch a pretty long expanse without it looking too silly. I may play around and try to get some wires that I can string up there to make it look like it's hanging from the top. So we're going to rock that for our kind of our train station. There's going to be some sort of tram system downtown, most likely that gets you around in this quadrant. The Central Business District will have trams. We're going to do trolleys in the university. I'm going to try to use every transit form somewhere on the map, which is something I've never successfully done before. I've never had monorail and metro, I guess, together. So I'm thinking we might run, like, eventually they might get metro that comes from, out here. Maybe this town gets the metro intercity bus hub on the edge of the map by the highway, and then metro comes into Bridgeland. And then from Bridgeland, you can take the monorail across the bridge and into New Wagers Bay. And then maybe the other length of this goes all the way up along the highway here and into here so that we can get some, trains running in here. Or maybe the actual train does that and we come along this ridge and go out to this coastal town with the monorail. I haven't quite decided how far I'm going to take that. I originally planned, when I did the map playthrough, this was a 4-lane road that I had running. There was an extra 4-lane road that had the monorail tracks on it that I kind of ran along here, but I think we're going to skip that this time and just use standalone monorail tracks, which is going to be nice. So we're going to have, you're going to have kind of this whole interchange is built just for this industry, and to loop people to this highway so that people coming out of here want to get goods. Let's say you want to go this way to Bridgeland. You're coming out this way, taking the exit up here and going. If you want to go this way, you're coming out this way, taking the exit up and going. If you want to go this highway this way, then you're going to come up, you're going to get onto the highway here, and you're going to come down, and you're either going to take this loop around, or you're going to come off and get on and go this way here. So this kind of has the best access, I think, for everything. So we're going to have lots of the modern city center, those tight gridded buildings that really block up next to each other. I'm going to use combination of vanilla and lots of the Smiley's assets, lots of the old Brooklyn assets for the older sections of like the industrial parts. We're going to build a nice airport. I'm hoping to have 2 runways. We're going to put the old vanilla freight airport up here somewhere, probably, if we can fit it. Maybe right in there. I think it'll fit right in there. So they're going to have their own freight access for the oil and the ore up here. So we should have lots of planes. One of the things I'm going to do on the top of the mountain at the resort is in the ranger station, we're going to stick a helicopter stop. And I'm not going to have the problem, I hope, where, you know, people queue up thousands on thousands for helicopters. Because basically I'm going to run one stop from there to probably the airport, wherever I run the fire station to the airport. So really it's just going to be for the route so that I could have the helicopter fly up and down the mountain and look like it's coming up here to do something at the ranger station. We'll have some fire helicopters back here somewhere. So we're going to have lots of, you know, those. We're not going to use blimps. That's probably the one thing we won't use. Blimps and hot air balloons. Might have one, maybe somewhere out in the country at the farm place, I put the, you know, one hot air balloon. But I doubt it because there's too many trees. So that's going to be that might be the one thing I don't touch on. We're going to have nice inner city bus hubs. We're going to build a nice seaside mall over here somewhere by the airport in this, you know, section. Like I said, we're going to have a nice ferry pier out here with an amusement park pier. We have a barge harbor here, We'll probably have another here. I was thinking about maybe putting a canal through here for the barge to cut through, and then using another movable bridge bridge over the top of it to get down to the tip of the island, which would be pretty neat, I think, eventually. Okay. So now that's kind of the preview of kind of the transit system. And, you know, we're going to have a lumber station back here in the back, probably a farming, a pasture train station somewhere along here. There'll be a couple different train stations back in here, a passenger one and several different industry train stations. Here we'll have, you know, a train station for our airport as well as Monorail Station, whatever else we want to do. The helicopters and the balloons and stuff, just the blimps, I think I maybe have seen one series where the blimps didn't like totally trigger me. I think it wouldn't be as bad if it wasn't just so obvious that they were the helicopter animation. Here we're going to put a lot of the airport's DLC, those two big hotels that come with it, and a lot of the nightlife tourism leisure assets. So this will be kind of our like tourist beach on this side of the hotel. And I've kind of built in its own little interchange system here where we've got a couple on-offs. Like I said, we're going to have a part of the university, at least, of the technical university. Or if I use all three, it'll be I don't remember which one the other one is. There's three. I think I used the liberal arts over there, so we'd have the trade school and then whatever the third one is. But so university will be sitting up here. It's kind of on a hill, so it'll have a little view of the water. Not going to be much up behind it at all. Over the back of the hill will be the oil. But all that should lead to some really picturesque sunrises. But I mean, this is a big section of the map to build it. So you can imagine that if if I've got this quarter to really go high-rise heavy in and tier it up, by the time we get to the middle, I think they're going to be pretty tall. It's going to be a big build. This could potentially be the first time I hit the building limit. We'll see. I do play without the water lines and the electricity lines, even though I love power lines and I love the aesthetic power lines give. I may draw some prop ones in eventually when we get into fine detailing of stuff, but I've had too many series where I got too far in and hit the node count and had to delete all the pipes to even waste time building pipes anymore. I think that's basically what it came down to. And I just thought building pipes across the river was so ugly that I was like, am I going to have two water systems? Am I going to have, am I really going to draw a power line across where this beautiful bridge is. I don't think so. Like, I'm not going to do that. So am I going to play with the buoys and do all that shenanigans? Because that bridge, unfortunately, doesn't connect completely if you, the way the power thing, the way the info panel goes. It might now, but it didn't. Like from the toll booth to there, it does now because of those buildings, but before there used to be a gap there, and I was like, am I really going to draw a power line across that? And that basically convinced me. I think I may even have a power line built somewhere down here, like along this road, my first build. I like this. This is kind of the original power complex, which I'm not sure, these 3 geothermals and the water treatment, I'm not sure if I'm going to... What do you guys think? If I upload the map, the rebuilt map with the new stuff, should I put those on there and let people delete them if they want to? Yeah, exactly. The grid of pipes. See, I was even worse because I fell into the city planner plays where I felt I had to have pipes under the roads. And it was like so many nodes and so many pipes. And one day I was just done. I can't be bothered to build the pipes anymore. And I used to really love hearing the sound, oddly enough. But yeah, I was thinking that because I built these rocks in, like this was another little section that I tried to do myself, which I don't really think I did the greatest job of. I mean, I don't know. I think for a first attempt at what I was trying to get, I think I did pretty well with these rocks to give me, you know, the definition between this taller road that I had to have to make that bridge work. So as you can see, it still looks kind of weird where it dips down. But I had to have the bridge a certain height to get over the highways here. And I figured this would be the perfect place for kind of, you know, the across the water industrial. You can see the glow of the smoky pipes. This is just barely inside the opening start square. Like the opening start, this was one of the, like I said, this is the weird thing about this map, this Pink Shrimp Harbor map, is the opening start square was like here. And this is the very edge of the 25 tiles. So I think that's one of the reasons a lot of people didn't touch this map. Because like you start building your first settlement and you're like boxed in by the 25 tiles on one side, so I can't build any more here, which is where I would want to build. Like none of this would be possible with the 25 tiles. I think this highway would be right outside of the 25 tiles. So the first tile would be here, and then you would either buy this as your second tile, which is like a big mountain, or you'd have to buy the waterway to get over to here for your third tile. So it's kind of like you had to play with that. So I don't know. I feel like with how, like, I feel like if I'm going to upload the map and it's got like this key and this like kind of pre-built stuff in it too, like having these 3 power complexes to start with won't matter to somebody, because if they're going to delete, like if they're going to delete that, they're going to delete this. The Georgia would be a tough one. It would really depend on where you want to do. My sister lives outside of Atlanta, and that would be really tough to do. The willow trees, there's not that many good willows on the workshop. You'd have to really work in the theme manager to get the right color scheme to make those trees not look transparent. Savannah, yeah, okay. That would be a great build. I would watch crap out of that. I love Savannah. I thought about a Charleston build at one time, and I decided that was way too ambitious for me. I thought about Fort Sumter and about lost it. But yeah, I think that would be hard because Georgia is one of those super diverse climates. Savannah would be easier than other parts, I think, though, maybe. Because Savannah has its own kind of architectural feel, like that kind of the feel of, what was that? There was that old movie, I'm going to date myself here because it probably came out maybe when I was in high school or something, but Midnight in the Garden of Good and Evil, who has one actor we shall not name because he's a sexual harasser now, and then John Cusack as well. Really, I thought, gave the spooky aura of a drunken night wandering the streets in Savannah. Big fan. That would be a cool place to do. So, Quboid, I see you're still here, obviously, but since we were talking about the water pipes, when you, I mean, obviously you wouldn't mod for this game if you didn't build stuff in it too. As that I am not in any way a Redditor or anything like that. I know there's some great builders over there. Do you ever post your stuff, or do you just build for yourself and mod for the community to build for yourself as well? Yeah, I mean, like, I've never seen any of her work, but I can imagine that if you created all these mods that we all know and love, that there's a reason behind the fact that you created the mods besides somebody else telling you wanted them. So I would naturally think that you enjoyed the game very much, or you wouldn't put any time to it, unless you've got one healthy Patreon community or something, right? But I've never seen any pictures or anything, so I've always wondered. And one of the things that made me ask that question is there's a guy on YouTube who I think, oh, you did enter the build-off contest. I thought about doing that, but I don't know. I don't think I'd have a chance. Maybe next year. Yeah, you definitely have a healthy Patreon. Got that. But one of the guys that I really loved that I guess posts his stuff on Reddit more than anything else, but he has some little short videos, and I absolutely fell in love with him because this is one of those times if I had a link, if I knew how to do that stuff, I'd post it. So once I learn all that stuff, it's definitely going to happen when I mention things like this. But I think it's like 187 point something. You know who I'm talking about? And his stuff looks like it's straight out of GTA. And he has this one video where he has this church build that he did. And it's like, the video is titled like, how did I get my graphics and settings to look so good? And basically the whole video is him ranting about how it has nothing to do with his graphics and settings. It has to do with the fact that he picked this palette of grasses and trees and props and shrubs that makes it look like and he like peeled the levels off of it in like 15 minutes. And it was like the first time that I saw that I wasn't absolutely crazy the way I do stuff. And that probably that one little church corner had taken him 2 days to build just for his screenshot, and to think that was just going on Reddit or whatever and for himself. And he's one of my favorite. Like, his stuff is so real. Blows my mind. All right, back to build. I should probably take that train station out before it costs me a bunch of money. Let's go ahead and do that, since that was just kind of a teaser of the transit system to come. What do you think about this area here? Do you think there'd be another little T section of houses up in here maybe that I should put in another day? Or do we like that more natural? I kind of like it natural. Maybe the bike trail comes in there. Lost a runoff in the build. I won't ask you who got you, because that I'm sure will get announced shortly, or has been, and I haven't been paying attention to it today. more this week with all the other stuff I've been doing. What do we want to do next? I don't think that needs any more. It becomes an eyesore. Yeah, see, they would be hella expensive, kind of like these. I look at these houses as like, I really wouldn't want to live here. I could see them going for big money. Like, if we think about it, I could get there to work. I could get here to work. I live in a resort community. But I live on the highway, dude. But you know, those are probably 375, 400 easy still. It's kind of how I pictured this community, like unneeded cul-de-sacs to nowhere. You know, kind of the height of almost a gated community. Now selling up in the, starting in the fives or whatever, you know, as you drove by the highway. But I don't know. I almost think the resort people would want to keep that casual. I wonder if I can't find I probably could have already looked for this, but I always get afraid to. Sully Skylines? Have I heard of Sully Skylines? I haven't. Where's he at? Yeah, I'm going to build a gated community. We're going to build a gated community over here. Kind of the rich neighborhood in this farming town is going to be a gated community. An LA build, okay. And that's not the same person, okay? Maybe I have seen some of that then. Do you know the other guy that I'm talking about? Quboid, the 187. I get the impression from his videos that he's kind of he might be kind of a Reddit personality. Put that nicely. I don't do the Reddit thing, so I wouldn't really know. I'm gonna over here on my other screen that you guys won't see. I'm gonna see if I can. I'm gonna see if I can find his name. I don't know if it'll let me put a link in here or post it or not, but I think I have him on my. If I go that, it'll start showing up. I'll have to look it up for later. I think it's like 187, and then he spells out point, like POINT, and then there might be like some other number at the end of it. But if you search him on YouTube, you'd probably find him. Oh, I don't know why I did that. Don't know exactly what I just did there. Still streaming, I hope. Oh, don't do that. All right, somehow I logged out of my stream. Back now. Yeah, 187.4. Check out a couple of his things. He has the one that's like titled something like my graphics settings or something. Watch that one. It is basically a 5-minute old man rant about like, don't message me on Reddit asking me how I do this. This is how I do it. Don't ever ask me again. I'm going to show you this once. And it's more like a kind of a little tale of his like dead Northern California town or something. It's really cool stuff. Doesn't upload very often, but the stuff his content's really cool, really short, really cool. It's not at all building. It's like one of them is like the slums at night or something is really good, a really good little short one. Anyway, I like his content too. He's very detailed. But I loved that video. I fell in love with that one video where he was ranting because I was like, I could totally see everybody feeling that way at some point or another. Like, should we, I think maybe something here. I think there should be a little, we could put a little path in here, maybe a little oval pathway with some tree and shrubbery around it, right? That would look good. It looks good natural too, though. Alright, looks like everything is still good with my stream. Maybe the bit rate jumped a bit. I think some sort of concert here. So if I can't find a block services for the content creator pack, if that doesn't exist, then maybe we could put one of the concerts things up in here, like tucked in the trees. Maybe. Concerts at the lake. Thank you. Stream is good. Appreciate the feedback. Sorry, when I was looking for that to get a link, I accidentally closed the window that had my stream stuff in it, so I had no idea what was going on there for a minute. I just had OBS up. Anyway, so maybe we'll hold off on whether I put houses in there. I'm gonna look. On my thing. I've got to look for that block services, see if it exists. If not, I might message somebody. Since I have no clue how to do that. Like I said, my first and only asset is removing the fish farm things from the fish farm. And then I couldn't get it to work on the algae farm. I couldn't figure out how I could get it to work again. That's how silly I am. Okay, so we need something there, something there. I need to do this path. So that's tomorrow's to-do list. We're gonna wind that path up to the top. We're gonna have a train station here. We're gonna have warehouses on that side, because I think this side has better access to the highway and the train line for more industrial. This side should be houses. And then we can have some industrial up here on the top of the hill. Okay. All right, so that's a game plan. I think that this is where we're going to work tomorrow. I think I want to try to get that. I want to put that monorail station in, but I don't need it. All right, whatever. I'm doing it. I got another hour. We're gonna spend an hour messing with this monorail station, and it may frustrate me. We'll see. Okay. So the first thing I need to do is I need to put a little piece of key in. And we're just gonna use the standard key because nobody's gonna see it here. And we're gonna turn off. Let's see, move my toggle it. We're gonna turn off the grid road link snapping and the road lines. We're just going to use angle. So basically I just want a little piece to go behind this building. It'll make sense. Oh, this is going to be a pain. I can already tell this was a pain when I played with it a little yesterday. Might regret it. I have to get the right view and the right angle to make this work without messing with the bridge. Come on. All right, let's try the arrow keys. All right, then we're going to get to the same height on both sides. All right. We're going to move our prop rocks because they don't need to be there if we can't see them. Come on, where are you? Oh, they're buildings, that's right. So remove those. Get them down here. The breakwater rocks on the other side of the key. Oh, don't touch that building. Okay. Now that should give us flat ground to work with. Now, oh man, I don't know how I want to do this first because yesterday was such a pain. Graphics mods don't matter. That's it. That's the one. I love that because that was when I think I watched that video right after I watched Prez do his video on like the best graphics mods, which, you know, how to use the dynamic resolution and, you know, change the super sampling and all that stuff. And then I watched that one right after, and I got a good chuckle. It's a good laugh. Okay, so we're gonna have to connect to a road here, because what I want to do is we're gonna come in, and this is where I ran into problems yesterday, is that I'm gonna have to extensively use Move It, and I think that my problem yesterday is that I did not hit the reset button after I did this. So we're gonna take this lovely white tile monorail station. We're gonna go ahead and put it on the road here. Okay. And then because I know what I want, we are going to, I gotta turn off the automatic info views, that's right. Okay. We are going to raise it up. And I noticed this yesterday because I had this whim yesterday where I was like, man, I wanna put the monorail station right here. But the problem would be is that's going to ruin my shipping, right? And so I was like, what would happen if I raised it up? And I noticed this asset has a very strange hitbox. Okay, now you can't see it now because of the cargo harbor, but basically it just lifts up a little piece here and a little piece there. And I went, okay, so let's hide it. So we're going to bring this down, and we're going to get it. I'm going to move it over here and put it in the right place, and then we're going to move it back because it's too hard to hook the monorail under it. Yeah, you can see it's doing weird things to the nature, but whatever. So we're going to take it, and we're going to move it over here, and you can see it starts moving my ground up. That's why I had to put that key in, because otherwise you get flooding. But I want to get the height right. You can get all the rest right later, I think. But I got to get the height right. And then we're going to move it back outside and work with it. So let's bring it forward so I can see where it comes through the bridge. Let's page up probably twice, okay? Okay, so now we see it coming through the bridge. It's going to, my plan is to have it travel right underneath that. And I think that should still be plenty of room to get the barges under there. So we're going to do that. Now, the other thing I want is we're going to move this post to where it ends up in the center of the median. And when we move this back over, it's not going to look right for a minute because the post will be in the path. But remember, this is where the monorail station's going to sit. But it's just too hard to attach under that road, for me at least. I spent about an hour off stream playing with this, trying to draw the monorail line under the bridge to there, the right height, and then have it curve and come up and above these buildings. Man, it was quite a job. But we're going to get the station in and hopefully at least the track across the river before I go to dinner here. So we're going to raise it up one more. I want it just a little above. Then we're going to click out so that it saves its position. Okay. Then I'm going to go back in to move it and move it over here where I can work with it. And then the goal is that later I'm going to hit the Control Z and it's going to pop it right back into spot for me. Then I'm going to have to do what I didn't do yesterday, which I think the problem was I never reset the station once I moved it and move it. So it wouldn't let me put a stop on it. I'm hoping that was my problem. Otherwise, this will end up being a very visual, silly project. Okay, so I've got that. We're gonna come get our monorail line. We're gonna come straight across, 180 degrees to right about there. Okay, I don't think that's all the same height. So we're gonna have to come check that. Let's see here. Well, it might be. Let's see if this will work. If I move it and select height to this one. Okay, maybe they are the same height. Okay. All right. So that's my goal. Now I got to come out here. I got to at least get this little portion in, which is going to end up being curved once the thing moves over. For now, we're just going to give it a light curve to right about there. Okay. You can see it went down drastically, but that's not going to happen really, because we're going to keep high because we're going to have to get back over the highway way over there. So none of the slope matters. All that really matters is getting that under the bridge. And then we're going to get my two buildings that are going to camouflage this that I found yesterday. And then I'm going to put another station in here, and we're going to try to run a monorail back and forth and see if it works before I waste any more time on it. Okay, so those are all the right height. So I think what the best way to do this is going to be to grab the building rather than use the Control Z, because that'll just get our pillars crooked. Okay. We're going to drag this and probably make the universe rock and quake as sometimes move it can. Oh, yep, see, we already got issue right there. I didn't select something. What do I not? Oh, I don't have nodes. Duh. So I just took the pillars, I guess. Not the segments either. Hello. There we go. Now I think we should be able to do it. Yeah, okay. We're going to scoot that whole thing with Move It into place. Hopefully in the middle of the bridge. And you can tell because the monorail line where it's highlighting green should line up under our bridge where the hashed marks are. I noticed that yesterday too, and it made it a lot easier to line up in the center. Okay, so now I've got my monorail station under a bridge. Hey, what up, Arcade? Glad you could join us. Good to see you again. Hope you had a good Sunday. What do you think of that? Does that look, I mean, let's ignore the fact that this is pulling the ground up, as you can see. Okay, we're going to fix that. I got a plan for all that. But you got to admit, like, that has a pretty small footprint of a monorail station. You can do a lot of things with that, I think. Now, since I never actually got the stop working yesterday when I looked at it, I'm hoping that when I hide this under a couple buildings that I picked out, that we don't have people jumping for their lives through the building. I'm hoping it'll look like they come out on the ground floor. We'll see. And I'm hoping that it being this high isn't what made it so that I couldn't put a station on it. So what we're going to do before we do any of that is we're gonna hit Control Z and move it so that if we don't still already, okay, we still already have everything highlighted. So we are going to hit reset those objects so it resets all those nodes. I find that's always good to do when you use move it on any kind of train station asset or airport or anything like that, because sometimes when you move it, it messes with the connections, and it's best to hit the reset button and set it like it was there all along. And I do that with a lot of industry that I plop and stuff so that you don't get the weird bugs with the trucks going into the ground and the road. So see, we stayed right up underneath the bridge. I think that's going to be perfect. Now, the question is, do we think those 3 pillars are a hindrance? What do you think? I mean, do you think there should be 2 pillars and a wider opening? Or do you think that if, you know, kind of thinking that this got built in later, does it look right to have those? I mean, maybe they should have some better footings on the pillars. I don't know. Tell me what you think. Arcade, I'll give you a little tour. We really haven't been doing much today, honestly. It's been more of kind of a tour day. Quboid, who I don't know if you know, but he's one of the fabulous modders in the community, popped into the stream. We gave him a tour. Him and Cruft here have been around for the day. And so we built these hillside houses, which are these interesting assets made by Leejos that are the SoCal hillside housing, which you can see, like, I haven't done the greatest job with them. Some of them are buried pretty hard, like that one. I need to unbury real quick. Let's see here. I'll show you. So basically the houses have a very small hitbox so that you can make them, they look like they're hanging off the cliff, and they're one of the few assets I've found on the workshop that look like they have back views. So we put some of those in here, looking down on the lake, which I think you'll appreciate. Nice little view. Just a nice little run of some expensive housing. So we did that. We worked a little path in here. This path connects right now to some more that I built in here behind the this little elevated nature reserve path that comes up behind the station and actually is the entrance to the national park that'll be at this end of the trail. And so my plan is to tomorrow, probably we're going to wind this trail off this way and up around. And that trail is going to go all the way up and kind of look like a maintenance path for the pylons for the lift. I think tomorrow we'll probably do our observatory at the top and a ranger station. We might work on dropping in some more of the observation decks and stuff around here on the mountain. Basically, we're going to work on Mount Cooper Park tomorrow, I think. But I really liked how this turned out too. Just simple. Okay. I came in here at the beginning of the stream and those houses we built yesterday, I put the decals down for the driveways so they cover the grass patches, which is always tedious work. So I like to do that at the beginning of the stream before many people are tuned in. I came in here, I added a little more detail around the front of our path that we put in yesterday on the resort. Some prop grass so it wouldn't turn green or wouldn't turn the yellow color. Just kind of gave that a little more of a lush feel, and a couple Japanese maples there. We discovered that the Japanese maples don't get the soil damage, so they're good to put at the seashore. Let's see, so we did that. I showed them around. We took a monorail ride. I took a car ride at the very beginning of the stream all the way across the map. We took a ride across there. Then I'm trying to think, what else did I do today? Probably not much. Really, I've been talking today more than anything. We discussed maybe whether there'd be more houses right in here in this forested patch, or maybe I put kind of have an idea that I'm going to put, if they make the concerts DLC and one of those cube services, that I might put that there and have a little lakeside concert. If not, we may drive a road up here into the trees and and put one of the concert DLCs back here so that you could have a little concert on the lake. Because we do have a nice 4-lane road here that's not going to get much use, except for, you know, right here by these two little communities. So that might be a good spot traffic-wise. So we did that. I don't know if you saw the very end of the stream yesterday. I know you were here till the end, I think, but not sure if you were actually here when I ended stream. But I had built this little nature part in by those apartments that we talked about yesterday that you loved. So we kind of made that a little more rough by the train track there. So I think that, you know, tomorrow the plan is nature park. Last night when I got off stream, I got this wild hair for I put in my train station over here, and I was like, wow, there's 2 monorail tracks on that. It'd be really neat if we could find a way to get monorail over here. And so that's what we're doing for the last hour of the stream today. I'm, you know, got a little bit more time before I go off and eat dinner. So basically we were playing with Move It to try to tuck this lovely white tiled monorail station asset up under the bridge. I'm going to hide it with some buildings and do a couple creative, well, not too creative, but things that I don't usually do with terraforming networks to tuck that puppy up under there. But first, let's see if we can make this curve work since we used Move It. Obviously, it didn't select that. So we're going to get that node, and I think, let's see, I might need to do the segment too. Let's see if we can use like the Control or the Alt and get it to pop into a, no, it didn't want to do it right. Okay, let's do it one at a time. How about that? Sometimes you ask it to do a little too much and it doesn't want to. So if I hold down Control, or Alt rather, it kind of pops me into the space that it thinks has the right turn. And then we're going to do the same thing here. Hold down Alt and use Move It, and it'll straighten that sucker out to the right. Does the work for you. Makes a nice natural curve. Okay. And I think we should be able to do about the same thing here. Come on, Alt, do it. Oh, I don't have it selected. I'm too far away. It's always me and not the mods. I can tell you that much. Come on. Okay, let's use the arrow key because it's wanting to be a pain. So we're trying to get it in there. What I want is a nice smooth curve. Because if we're putting monorail in, I don't want it to be weird. Thinking about, oh, didn't want to do that. That's unfortunate. Okay, we're going to go right there. And then we're going to grab that segment and hit Alt and touch it a little bit and hope it pops it into spot. And same thing there. And I think that's probably going to be a smooth enough curve. Now, it looks really bumpy. And I guess if we're going to do this, we might as well do it, right? So let's just do it. I've already had it in here once today. We're already going to have to do some creative accounting, mayoral engineering again. So we'll just do it. We'll get our hub here that we're going to use. We'll drop him in right in the middle, so that our lack of catenaries line up. Now we got to get the lovely monorail network again. Where was it? Monorail is always a tricky one because it was added late. This is going to be the outside loop that we're working on, or, you know, I guess we won't even call it a loop. So we want to come out straight from the station some. Probably not too far. And then we're going to have to curve a little. We want it to be smooth because we got to get up over this highway. So we basically want to come up over here, and we want to get, let's see, where do we want to get? Maybe okay, so I want to come up go here. So we want to come along this. Let's put on our road guidelines just to give us something anchored to so that we stay straight along these two roads. Draw a little straight section right here. Okay. And then we're going to come back and we're going to connect them up. And maybe we'll just use the lovely tools. Let's see here. How about it? Sometimes this can be more clicks than just drawing it, because you got to, yeah, see, it wants to do all the weird stuff. And then you got to click the end again. And then you got to click the end again. Okay. So, but we want a little more curve in there. We don't want the weirdness with the cars. I guess that's not how I'm opening the curve. How am I doing that? Let's see. Oh. Okay, already over it. Sometimes the old ways are the best ways. So we're gonna come that way. We're gonna come straight. We're gonna come that way. Get lined up. Boom. Okay. Now, we need to get this the right height. See, these are other things that are tricky. Like, I'm one of those people, I can't stand, my lamppost can't come through. Okay, so we're good there on the street lights, which is, I'm a happy man for that. And we're gonna select these, we're gonna bring them up a little because I think it's just a little, the fact that the street light is above the monorail is a little off-putting to me. We're going to drop this one to the, that was not the right button, so we can just do it again. Control H to that height. Still doesn't look right. Control H. Hit a button that made a different tool pop up. This is always tough. That's what I want, right there. Maybe we still want it up. Let's height. That height. Why are you not doing it? Alright, whatever. There. Okay. Alright, now. So we know that we want it to slope properly. Let's check our slopes. Now I sandboxed this out yesterday. So we shouldn't have any problems. We should have a nice smooth slope from that point to that point. 1.2%. We can definitely live with 1.2%, right? That is a definite doable slope for a monorail. Shouldn't look too funky even. And we're going to come over here. We're going to get back to it. We need to come. Here's where it got tricky again. Because we need to get a post right in the middle of the highway. We're going to turn off the road guidelines because that was wanting to snap. We want that sucker right in the middle there so it looks like it lives in between the two highways. Do I have collision? Okay, all right, we're fine. It's just below the highway. So we're going to grab and move it. Get above it, that is. Turn off the roads. Usually with Move It, it's all just a matter of getting the right thing selected, right? Okay, we're gonna raise this up. Let's fast forward a little here, get a truck up under it. Make sure we got good clearance. Because any anal retentive City Skylines player knows that's the kind of thing that makes you love or hate your city. Slopes, trees in the roads. Okay, that pillar looks like it should be there. We're good there. So now let's set that slope. We'll go from the other side of the road that should be at the same height already from what we did last time, and we're going to go to the middle. Once it lets me select it. If it lets me select it. Come on. want me to do it, because those other nodes. That's unfortunate. Okay, we're going to do it a different way then. We can work around that. We're going to grab this one. And we're going to put it to the same height. See, that one went lower. That's so weird. That even went lower because it must be going to the ground or something. No, it's even. It's flat. I'm hallucinating. We're good. Okay, we're good. One thing I noticed with these monorail networks is when you try to make curves and stuff, these lines on the inside start curving. And the sharper curves you make, the less realistic it looks. So you really have to sweep these curves out. These trains cannot... I mean, we all know that the regular City Skylines trains can't really take a curve. They kind of sometimes get all wonky off the side of the tracks and stuff. You know, look like the boxcars are folding onto each other. The monorail looks really bad too because it hovers. So this is basically just going to be another, as Overcharge Egg likes to say, layer of transport. The layering of transport. So not only are we going to have trains running through the highway right here, you're going to see the monorail zip over your head. And then it's going to get tricky down here. We've either got to go along the edge of the highway or under this bridge. And I went under the bridge, and I got to tell you, it's challenging. Because you're going to curve once or twice. So first we're going to get off of here. We're going to come straight across. Just another segment. Another pillar. We're going to raise it to the height of our center one. Okay, now we're going to go back here with the network multi-tool. We're going to fix this. We're going to select the one on the other side of the one we couldn't select. We're going to go to the one to the road. And here we're going to have 0.6%. Once again, another good grade. We're good. We're good. Grades matter, especially when it comes to trains and monorails. Okay, so now we got to start making our curve. Kind of wondering if it's best to come across the road and then work ourselves back in. I think that's what we're going to do. We might even be able to fit a station in down here. Should we get a station in down here? What do you think? It's a pretty long trip already, right? A station down here would be a good thing, wouldn't it? Oh, I don't know what happened. I'm sorry about that. I'm sorry, man. I must have, somehow my microphone muted itself, or I hit the button by accident. I don't know. Hopefully, Arcades, hopefully you heard me say what was going on in there. I think the discussion I was having with myself was whether I wanted that monorail station to sit on that road, which could cause traffic, or whether I wanted to build it off the road. So I decided to use the one that already had the road in it, and we're going to snap it here and give it its own road system, because I think that's the smarter play. And we'll just connect up here, and we're going to turn this, we're going to make America a parking lot here probably, but a couple parking lots. Hopefully I still have enough room to make that turn. I think I do. I think that might actually help us make that. Look, that's going to be a bad turn, though. I can't do that. Shoot. Okay, so where will it sit? Here on the water? And then I come in that way. Whew. Over the water treatment. That's going to be an ugly ride through the industrial section, that's for sure. Or do I put it back there? Maybe be doable. Let's see. What does that look like? Ooh, that makes the highway look awful, though. Let's see here. It would be kind of neat to see up against the highway, though. Maybe I can make that work with some prop grasses. See what the turn looks like. What do we think? I think the turn's got to be a little, you know, because the turn's got to be nice, and I've got to be able to get down to the level. Okay, so where's my road guideline? So that's the turn. 4x4 isn't very good, but I think it could work. Then we got to get straight down to the station. I think the station's going to have to move further this way to make this work, because the incline's going to be too big. So we're going to delete that little bit here. Go ahead and move the station. So we're going to have to get really tricky here to get back under that bridge. Let's see. Hopefully I can do it from there. Maybe there. Come on. Click, click. Okay, now network multi-tool. Let's see what that grade is, and that'll probably be what decides whether there's a station there, or whether I have to do something more creative to get a station there later. Maybe that's pretty steep. We'll ride it and see how it feels. How about that? We're going to test it out. I may have to build a different station there, but I may have to do something like we're doing on the other side. Okay. That changed it a little. Let's re-slope it just to make sure that it's still good. It's a little better, but still bumpy. We need to go in with node controller and slope these nodes. That one won't let me. It's a middle node for some reason. Okay. The one that mattered got sloped. The one that would have been bumpy. All right. Where are we at? We're at 8 o'clock. I think we can get this connected and test it out before we go and pick it up from there tomorrow. Okay, let's see here. So we got to get, this is where we're going to get tricky again. To turn off the road guidelines and all that nonsense probably. Get under here. So we got to get under there and make a turn without hitting the bridge support. So we're going to go, might start turning right away actually. Let's see. Then we have to stay turned, otherwise we clip this other one, because I tried to come this way yesterday when I was playing with this off stream. It's very tricky. You can kind of come that way, but then it turns. It's probably best to go like that and go across the front of these buildings. Even get a little elevated if we wanted to, or we could get something going like this where we straighten out here in front of the building for a while. We can link that up. What do we think so far? So many road guidelines. Okay. Then we need to come across it straight again. We don't want to hit that guy's car. We want him to be able to get in there. So where are we going to put it? We're going to put it right at the edge of this parking spot. About where our pillars end up. And we're going to come across with this one to right about there. We should be clear sailing to catch up here soon. Let's see. So I think that this one's a little too turned. We should be able to just come straight out here. Connect it up. One pillar in the road. Arrgh. Let's see if that actually should be there when I try to make it do its magic move it. Let's see if we can get it, get the curve good and get that off the road where I need it. Curve's a little might have to be in the middle of the road. Oh. What if we brought it to the middle of the road? Turn off the roads again. Too many nodes, too many things it's trying to grab. What if we put it there? Can I make the curve work with it in the middle? This is where it was getting really tricky yesterday because I wanted the curve to look nice and getting it under the road, under the bridge, getting it all lined up and not having it look like it made some kind of big left-hand turn. Like this node definitely has to go back some. So we can make that turn a little more sweeping. Hopes. Tree snapping. Don't want to move the rocks. Just can't get a hold of it. Okay, maybe I'm moving the rocks for a minute. Okay, according to Move It, that's a nice angle. So we're gonna play. Now, rock back in the way I had it, which was hidden like that. Yeah. Okay. Now, let's come back into this. So we want to slope it from this to there. Bam. See, so now we got a nice smooth monorail. I was really surprised when I sandboxed this off stream, even though I could never get it connected because I basically built it under the bridge rather than building it out and sliding it under altogether with Move It in a straight line. The grade was what made this something that I wanted to do, because I was like, okay, it makes sense. It's not crazy steep. This corner's not quite realistic because of the bridge. That's a little crazy. And that might look awful when it comes time to ride through there. It may come down to me having to put this piece to be actually this road to get that corner out of there. I think that's what it's going to be. So let's just quickly destroy that, destroy that, destroy that, destroy that. Let's get that station back. Let's put it down. Luckily it snapped perfectly straight for me, which is lovely. Thank you. Let's get the silly 4-lane road that it had before, that it has under it, that I can change, but there's really no need to. Okay. Now, is that going to have to be the one with the monorail on it to make this work? Oh, this is going to annoy me, isn't it? What will that look like? That's going to change my slope. I can't have it do that. It's got to come. It's got to be that. It's got to be this chord. We're going to make it work. So I want to come to this corner. Of course, it's right in the middle of the damn road. Okay, we're getting rid of that for sure. So how are we doing that? We are going to come down to a 2-lane road. I'm just going to do... Now we are fixing things on the fly. Let's see here. How about this one? There we go. That'll work. Except for you're driving through that one now, aren't you? Why would you do that? Okay, I need something without lights in the middle that's wider than that. Let's see what we got here. I could do that and block off one of each lane somehow. Wait, did those things, did I just think the guy would drive in the middle of it? Because I'm silly? No, if I do that, he actually does drive through the pole, right? Yes. So it's got to be a wider road. So it could be this one. That truck. Okay, yeah, that's better. That works. And then what are we going to do here? Haha. Move that pillar. That's what we're going to try to do. Sometimes it's just easier to use the arrow key. Get a hold of it when it's on a different angle. See, this is what I was talking about, where when you start bending the stuff, you get this weird, like that, how that twists. Can't stand that. So basically what we're going to do is I'm going to take that out and we're going to try to redraw it and see if it does it again. I might have to just not pay attention to that. It bothers me though. Okay, so I'm going to have to make some kind of adjustment because this road needs to disappear. Because it needs to come out straight. Or this station just needs to go. I think this station goes. It's caused me problems. Alright, we're going to go back to what we're doing. Figure that out at a later date. I don't want to get sidetracked on that and forget everything that I am doing. Alright, I can't remember which way I drew this when I made the map. We want to make sure that the lights are still on the right side. They are. Okay, we're good. That. Need it. Okay, now we need to connect those curves up better. Then we can put in our buildings on the other side and test this sucker out. And I can go get some dinner. Alright, I think that's a better curve for sure. Even if it means if we have to work in the station somehow a little more creatively. Let's get this. There we go. Let Move It do the work for me. Ah, snapping. Don't snap. You're good. There we go. Snap those into place. Move It will do a lot of the work for you when you let it. Okay, and then we need to come back and do our redo this all the way to there. Manage our slope. Now our slope's even better. Okay. So make sure that's going to fit under there. Let's see. We may have to come down some. Got too tall. Why is my bridge messed up too? Something's wrong here. Huh. Interesting. I must have done something to the ground over here without realizing it. The bridge isn't lining up right. Get a little sidetracked here and we're going to fix that. Here. Where is it? No, those are the props. Where are you? There you are. See how they're not at the bottom of the bridge for some reason? We'll raise those up. I'll have to check that on the map before I publish it. Write that down. Something I didn't do that. See, because we also somehow got this one pillar generated that shouldn't be there, that wasn't there before. Okay, now we're pretty good. The next one's still off too, though. Huh. Let's find the next one. Where are you? This bridge is so hard to work with, but so worth it. There. better. It may have happened when I put down that water thing. It may have affected the land and pushed it down or something. Okay, so now back to what I was getting at. This is too close to there, right? Let's see. That train would rub on there, I think. So we're gonna lower that. So we get a little more clearance from the edge. Then we're gonna have to do a little re-slope action. Let's see. So let's slope from there back to here where we came off over the highway. And we're still fine. And then let's slope from there. Let's get that another one on the other side of the bridge, the same height. There isn't one, is there? Sure there is, right in the middle. Nope, there's not. So let's slope it from there. Come on, slope. Come on, select it. Get the visual. There we go. Okay. All right, now let's go over here and put on our two buildings and let's see if we can make this work. We should reset all these. Let's see. Oh, we don't have to mess with that yet. We can see if the train station works first. Okay. So I should be able to set a thing now before I even put the buildings in. Now this was another problem I had last night that really bothered me, is being able to select the stop for this was... Ooh. Okay, did that work? It said create line. Come on, give me the prompt. I'm gonna have to move you out again to do it. Come on. So I don't want to mess with the road, because if I mess with the road, then all the pillars pop back in. Maybe I can do it this way. Come on, where's my stop? Why is it not selecting a stop? Does this not have train station tracks in it or something? Can't I put a stop in there where it was there for a minute and now it's gone? All right, I'm moving it out for a second. I'm gonna regret this. Let's see if I can get a stop in it now. There we go. See, now I got the prompt. But it still wouldn't let me do it. Hello? Now I don't even get the prompt. Why didn't I get the prompt? Back. See, when I click it, it just disappears. Is that, I mean, I thought I should get a little symbol, I thought. I don't think it'll do it over here now. It says add stop. Did it work? I'm not getting the prompts because I don't have the info views up or something. What's going on? Okay, that's what it is. Haha. So did I just make multiple lines like an idiot? Yes. All right. Now, it should run. Let's see if we get a train. I don't know if we'll, I guess we'll definitely get one even if nobody rides on it, right? Get rid of these buildings that I plopped for kind of my idea of what was going to go on later. There's my monorail. Come on. All right, I'm already tired of that, so we'll go to move it. All right, let's see if we get a train here. Should generate a train, and we'll take a train ride. See how bad that is. Then we'll put our buildings in. As long as it works. There it goes. Let's take the ride. See if it's smooth or not. You be the judge. This is a doable trip. Oh, we had a little glitch in the matrix there. Reset that node, maybe that'll set it. Yeah, it looks like so far so good, right? Here's the moment of glory though. We got a little bend in the track I gotta fix right here. That's a little wonkiness. We can fix that though. Is that too, we're gonna look at it from above after this because I kind of wonder if that's too bendy. We may need to go to the other side of the street. Not exactly the most scenic trip through the, you know, power station and the industrial, but that's kind of what I thought of it, right? Was that this would have been one of those things that they would have added in later. All that existed, and it's like, oh God, how do we weasel this? Oh, we got a tree here. Gotta get rid of that. How do we weasel this, you know, we got a few trees there we gotta get rid of. Through and get it across the river to stop having all this car traffic, you know. You can see, oh, we got a bend there that I got to straighten out. That's weird. So it needs a little work, but it's running. I didn't move the station back yet, so I still got to do that. Okay, let's stop and let's move the station underneath. Get it right here, because as you can see, those curves are weird, so we want him right underneath there and centered there. And we still haven't finished over here by any means because that is still weird. Okay, so let's unpause it, let that train find its way back from Floatyville. Let's come over here and see if we can fix this curve. Right there, it bows out too much. I can see. there. It should be fixed. Come over here, take some trees out. Okay, that worked right in the middle of the road. I'm surprised that that worked. See, like, you almost wonder if it should go like from here to here, right? But when I tried that yesterday, I kept clipping this pillar. So it's got to be here, but then it could cross the road and come back across the road instead of doing that turn, I think. Be really close, wouldn't it? Love that, but I might be able to live with it. We need to watch it from the top, see if it triggers me as the train goes side by side, you know. So let's unpause it. Let's watch another one. We're definitely going to start losing big money here because of that. We've now invested in cable cars and monorail that we don't need yet. Yeah, put some graffiti up under there. Absolutely. See, that's what I wanted. Like, when I raised this station up, I was like, wow, that would be really cool. And then if you watch, okay, so we've got a train in here doing all kinds of weird things because move it. So I need to reset this station still. I forgot to do that. I hope that doesn't undo the stop, though. Maybe I'll just see if it figures itself out. Let's see. Yeah, I loved it. When I was playing with this last night, that's what I fell in love with, was this view of coming into the station under the bridge. And how just very strange that would be. And I don't think it's completely unplausible that they would do something like that. I mean, I think it would be... Okay, this is a suspension bridge, right? So... one of the things I learned from Miss Squigglehausen is you wouldn't have a you wouldn't really put the train down underneath the bottom of the double-decker Brooklyn Bridge asset or whatever Bay Bridge asset that he made, because realistically that bridge would not want to hold the train going back and forth. So I think they would have some sort of pillar structure like that. It wouldn't be attached to the bottom of the bridge, but that would be a good place for them to work the, you know, some of the working into the pillars. All right, let's finish this up because right now this looks horrible and I want this to be a nice shot for later. So we're going to do, yesterday when I did this, I found a couple really nice office assets right here. Here they are. Let's see. This was it. And what I did was I came in here and come on, select the asset you want. And I put that there. And then there was a nice 2x4 one that fit right next to it. And I think it was this one that I used, yeah. And then we used Move It. And we brought those over and hid. Like I said, this is just something that came to me yesterday. Oh, wrong building. Let's do this one first. And I was like, that would be really cool. Now my question is, are people going to pop out the hatch and fall to their death on the sidewalk? Okay, this wasn't the building I used yesterday. The one I used yesterday fit. Covered both sides. So it was this one? No, that one came through. It's this one. No, it wasn't that one because it showed more stairs. That was it. I knew one of them was the one I was looking for. There are, like, I don't think the elevator mechanics is really fleshed out. I think that's one of those things that it's kind of like when people put the stairs on the pathways, that it really doesn't, like, really what you're doing is it's a building that looks like an elevator, like an entrance for an elevator, and inside it's just a weird path that goes straight up into the air. Why am I doing that? I keep hitting the wrong one. It's really annoying. Okay, stop. And I think that, like, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, because I think that's one of those things that you also, like, get into more with procedural objects, because you want to resize them, and, you know, your path or whatever might be a little different. So what I did yesterday was I lined these up in there. Now, I didn't have that problem with that before, so we're moving that, because it was like that yesterday. Yeah, there we go. I need to make sure I stayed in the middle of the road, so it's straight. Okay, there we go. That's more like it. Come on, grab the other building. Don't make me change to the other side. Basically, we do something like this. Now, you're going to say that still looks awful, because we've still got a couple problems. We've got this weird, because we moved the buildings back, now we got this weird texture here. But for the most part, I think that looks pretty cool with that sitting on the top of that building. Now, it'd be better, yesterday when I did this, the buildings that spawned in were gray. And of course, today it's giving me an ugly building. And I don't really feel like sitting there and wasting the time. Now, we do have some cars inside building there, so we need to go that way a little bit, because that truck was, we need of course they drive over the curb there. That's nice. That'll help at least. Okay, that makes me feel a little better about it. Okay, there we go. I can live with that. Nope, sticking outside. Damn it. No, don't want the train station. So we're parking over a little bit here. That is obviously out a little bit from the other one, so we're going to scoot it back, try to get the windows lined up to where they clip together nice. There we go. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I think basically what you do is you stick the you stick a path in there inside the building, and so they'll go up, and then it looks like they're walking across your little thing that goes above the. Okay, so now that goes, you know, to the top of the elevator to the next walkway across the road or whatever. I think the terraforming path was in the paths. Let's see. Terraforming network, rather, it's called. Probably past it. Or is it in the fences? There it is. Okay, so we're going to take the terraforming network, which I rarely use, and this is going to be one of those few things, you know, I was saying earlier that if you look at my cities, you don't see a bunch of stuff flooding, and you don't see that nonsense. We're going to take a couple of those terraforming networks, and as you can see, they bring it up to the, you know, that's what they are supposed to do. We're going to take it down. Oh, didn't mean to grab that pillar. Anyway, we're going to grab these right here. We are going to take them down into the water. We're going to twist them sideways. We're going to bring them up under here so that water sits up against our quay. Our key, rather. Okay, and we're going to have all kinds of flooding for a couple minutes because we just moved the earth and made a big, you know, whatever they want to say. We're going to bring that right up to there. And then we're also going to do the same thing on the front. Where did it go? I always look right past it for whatever reason. Anyway, whatever. We're just gonna copy a piece because that's easier than looking for it again. And we're gonna put a piece at the front of this building as well. And we're gonna raise it up so the water's not under the building, but so that weird thing doesn't happen with the front of the building. And voila! I think that looks pretty nice, don't you? Now let's see if we can see any people falling out the front of it through the building or anything weird. I guess there probably won't be any people actually using it. See, we got this flooding with this. When I did it yesterday, this all went away, so I'm not worried. I sped it up on 3 for a little while, and it all went away. So maybe I'm going to do a little creative math so that while the flooding is happening, we're going to do our creative mayor since we just tipped under $1 million. We're going to come back and do what we did yesterday. That means I've lost a couple $1 million in a day because we built all kinds of stuff or built really not much. And we're just going to copy but paste a bunch of these buildings in here. This is the Uber cheat for the unlimited money without ruining the use of your budget for you. And then you come in, you take it off, move it. Delete, enter, delete, enter, delete, enter, delete, enter, delete, enter. All of a sudden, I'm a rich man. Move it mod guide to unlimited money. Back up to 5 million. Okay, you can see our wave of death is finally seceding a little bit. Still messed up. But our road should be pretty dry. I mean, it still looks wet. But I think that when we turn on the thing, we're not going to have any flooding. So, yeah, see, the buildings underneath are not flooded. And that's what I was the most happy about. I do unlock. I did the what was it? The high everything unlocked because I knew I was going to use 81 tiles and unlock it all right away. And you can get around that by using Find It, of course, to still unlock everything. But yeah, in this one I started with the 700,000 and then basically I built a bunch of stuff and that I did kind of what I just did there and copied the one building to kind of give me enough money because like I said, I started with the university. So before I had a person, I'm losing like 70,000 a week and no demand for that university. So it was kind of it's the compromise I make between sandbox and budget because I can build anything I want. So I can really play as a builder the way I want. But I can still see the city work the way it's supposed to. And I think that is the essence of the game, is seeing the city work. Like I said, these are all warnings for either a factory that's turned off or office buildings that are, hundreds of workers short. I do have the no abandonment mod turned on because of that. Although my plan is that once we get the city built, the no abandonment mod will go away and not be in the collection. It is only here because of the fact that I had already built that downtown and then switched on that realistic population mod. So let's go which way did we go before on the train? We came in, so let's go out this time when the next train comes in. But I think that looks like it's almost like it would be even better if that was gray. I may be really nutty here and try something. Let's do something here. Just because I'm going to get a little crazy. Let's copy. Let's come over here. Give me some land. Let's see if we get a gray set. I think that's a gray set right there they just gave us. We're going to find out. Way into the ground. One of them's gray. Those should all be on the ground. Silly, silly goose. Let's see what we got here. I got one gray one in that one. That one's not gray. That one's not gray. That one's not gray. Let's see if we can get a gray of that 2x4, and then we're going to switch them out if we do. Come on. Don't tell me I need a road. It's like the one thing that I just want to place the building. Let's see if I can find a gray one. That's the color I'm looking for. Up. So let's see. Let's get those lined up again. See if we can get this in there without having so much of a problem. What did I just do? Oh no, one of them's blue, isn't it? I thought they looked the same color for a minute. Guess I'm wrong. There we go. That's the same color. No doubt. Oh, nope, can't do that. I'm gonna move them. I'm gonna do this the long way. Over the river and through the woods. Didn't mean to do that. Do that. Got the one building. Got the second building. Go. Now I'm happy. Now I'm happy. The gray looks so much better. That was worth it. Although both buildings still need to come out just a little bit because that one pillar is messed up. So other side, make sure we didn't mess up the bridges. Yep, that looks good. How about that? Doesn't that almost look like a one-piece station? It looks like it unloads in the top story, and then you take the stairs, the elevator down to the basement. That's what it looked like to me. I loved it. All right, we got our opportunity here. Let's go the other way. Might still have a little bit of wonkiness in the track, so I'll have to fix. We can get that done. Might just be the perspective. Coming up on the strange turn now. That last train didn't look strange. That was nice. This is the turn that I'm afraid that from above is going to look a little weird. But those are minor details. And this is a little wonky too. We're going to get all this straightened out. That's pretty straight there. Let's see what it looks like when we pass this train. Curve. Looks better than a train does on the curves almost. That node needs to be reset somehow. I gotta do that still. I think that's why those ones, the load falls out, is because I raised them up, but I didn't reset them once I did it with Move It, so. I think the grade is good. I think the turns look good. Maybe that one turn might end up being a problem, but for the most part, I think that's a winner of a monorail line. And that neat kind of custom station, although, I mean, I hesitate to say custom station in the way someone like Dirty H or $2.20 would say custom station, or, City Walk, City Wall. But, interesting use of, basically 3 strips of terrain conforming network, a convenient monorail station that has a weird footprint that I noticed when I lifted it off the ground that was workable, and a couple office buildings that fit in well together with it. So, I mean, I think you gotta be happy. Take the small victories where you can get them in this game. I think that's the basis of this is where the Central Business District is going to start. Like I said, we'll have another monorail line that comes down here and works the inner downtown as a ring. And then this one, who knows where the other side will go. Well, can we take it out there? There's already a train line, so we probably don't need to. I'm thinking out here. I'm thinking it's going to come along, cross over here somewhere, and then ride the hillside along the highway out to that town and help keep people off the town. And maybe we'll actually have a more useful monorail than Seattle does. All right, let's go ahead and let's do this. Something I forgot to do that I wanted to do, I noticed, was traffic manager. I want to go to the permissions and this. So let's go back to here. This is it not vehicle restrictions? I thought you could, wait. Am I on the wrong thing? I thought you could ban freight and cargo trains, can't you? Yeah, okay. So we ban freight on the inside, and we ban passenger on the outside. And same thing, we ban freight here and passenger there. And that should be enough, I think. And okay, let's see from above as we go around these curves, see if the trains do weird stuff. That's what we can do this way. Let's follow it from this way. This game just has so many unlimited possibilities. I think that's what will always keep me coming back. I don't blame them for taking 12 years to make City Skylines 2. I mean, unless they incorporate all the wonderful mods somehow that the community's built and, you know, somehow find a way to, I would hope, compensate those people for some of the time and effort they put into that, at least, you know, somehow. But, you know, TMP should be part of the game. Bob should be part of the game. Move It should be part of the game. When they come out with another one, and if they don't, it's just going to fall a little short. Or unless somehow it's all backwards compatible, which I would think would be limiting, right? Okay, they move around a little on that curve, but it wasn't that bad. I think I could live with it. I might even be able to find a different monorail asset that didn't bother me. And I still need to fix this curve. I don't like that curve coming up. It just looks weird from a distance. There's something off about it. All right. Let's see if we can get down underneath here. That'll be great once there's barges and stuff going under there and fishing boats. More life on the water. I think that settles it for me. Tomorrow I'm going to hook up another barge harbor downriver. We're going to see the movable bridge mod work. We're going to see some boats go under this bridge, these bridges. I think that needs to be done. All right, let's do one more thing here and see if we can see if I can move these. Okay, that's part of the station there, so we don't want to move that one. This other one bothered me though. Okay, it's not in the middle either, which is part of the problem, I think, for why my thing didn't feel straight. Ugh. Come on, grab it. Come on, you can do it. If I can click on it, why can't I move it? Oh, it's so annoying. Let's try from the top. Nope.
Looking up at a tree, I remember how it started.
I don't want to mess with the road.
I was lost in a dream when the fire in my heart said an open rose.
All right, that worked. Ha ha ha.
Sunlight, the feeling grows. And anything sounds alright. I'm breaking loose, living in the moment in my own.
Can I do this? that's better. That was bugging me.
This year I'm going to start a new chapter. Ignore the tears and only write down the laughter and open a road.
Oop. Not the right button.
I've already found sunlight, the feeling grows. And anything sounds alright, I'm breaking loose. Living in the
No.
moments in my own balloon.
There we go. Off the buildings. Get on the nodes.
I glide across the ground and over the
Monorail is one of the trickier networks to grab. I found that in the couple times I've tried to use it.
force me down as long as I'm open, like a rose that already found sunlight. The feeling grows, and anything sounds alright. I'm breaking loose.
Let's try to bend this segment just a little bit. There we go. It's the little minor adjustments. All right, that turns good now. I like that. This one could be a little better. There we go. Snapped it into place. Let's reset this node, see if next time we come over it, it looks good. If so, then I'll know that that's what I need to do to fix everything. I like that we're getting some traffic down here finally too. This was an area that was pretty dead for a while, nobody using the little highway cut through. All right. Where it got weird for a second, right there, I can see it. Got a twist in the segment. There we go. Straighten that out. There we go. All right. Well, so we didn't do that much today, but what we did was pretty fun. We got our path in. We put in some hillside housing. We put in a couple more stations for transit that we really don't need at this point, but that's what this game is, right? Is seeing it. I think that this is going to be great. When this is active and you've got the trains coming through this corridor, through here, multiple trains, and you've got the monorail and you got the roads, like that is going to be a great corner to come around visually across the, like even across the bridge. Like imagine that driving video, you're coming across the bridge, you get the train, the monorail, the other layer, the highway, you've got the road off in the distance, the other bridges. Like there's so many layers of things put in here right now, and we don't even have ferries going across the water or barges yet. Like I should just link the barge thing, and at least we'd have boats going back and forth there, but that's not really how I wanted them. I was trying to do some one-way ferry paths and interesting stuff with the barge harbor, so we'll see. But man, I'm excited. that monorail really got me excited that worked out, because sandboxing it yesterday was a little tricky. And I wasn't sure if it would even work elevated like that, because like I said, I never got the stop to click in there. I could never get it to select the actual station. I actually watched a couple videos last night on how different ways to change out the station track, and that's why I downloaded a lot of those maglev assets tracks. I was thinking about that, would I have to add a whole nother asset of track to be able to do this one thought that I had? Would that even be worth it? But man, I am really excited with how that turned out, and it turned out just like it did when I sandboxed it yesterday. We have no flooding underneath. All we had to do was add one little piece of key wall, a couple pieces of terraforming network, a couple industrial buildings. I think that's fabulous, man. Definitely the late addition became the highlight to, you know, my happy part of the build for today. The rest was just kind of messing around. Like I said, I spent all morning in the car and driving back and forth and going to the skate park today, and kind of wore myself out. So I appreciate you taking a very easy Sunday with me and watching me build next to nothing and give you a tour of the map. And thank you, Cruft, for following and being so active in the chat today, keeping me company. And of course, Arcades, thanks for showing up better late than never. We appreciate you for your third stream in a row of being in the chat and being a part of the one of the first members of the active members of the community. We really appreciate that. And Quboid for coming in today and being my first all-star visitor into the channel, and someone whose work I use on a daily basis, and really, you know, gave me an opportunity to say thank you to. That was really nice. I hope to see you again. Hope you become a member of the, you know, I hope you become a constant lurker. I'm sure I'll come up with some more bugs with some mods eventually. And, you know, like, thanks for being around. I've seen you in other streams before, and it's a pleasure to have you in mine. It's a pleasure to have all you guys in my stream, honestly. When I started streaming last Monday, I really didn't know if anyone would watch this. I just kind of figured I would use it as a way to record my own progress and my own building in the city and my own project for once, instead of just screenshots, which I had done in previous cities. And I'm really enjoying having everybody along for the ride so far. I think it's going to be as long as my computer continues to hold up, which you know, I've got it slow. This is not lag at all that we're seeing on the screen. This is just the play it mod. And the slower movement speeds got it a little creepy crawly right now. Probably upload the FPS thing, and yeah, man, I appreciate that. Thank you very much, man. Nightbot, the Discord, man, I appreciate that. That's good tips, and I'm gonna get into somebody else's community and get somebody to help me with the Discord stuff. I used to do I'm gonna give you another little hint of how old I am, being, you know, the old man that I am. The last time I did anything like Discord, it was TeamSpeak. And that was for Axis and Allies Iron Blitz Edition, I think, that I played in a clan. And that's been a long time ago. I'm definitely not opposed to it. I just didn't know whether it'd be worth setting up, didn't know if anybody'd show up. But anyway, we're going to do this pretty much every day, probably at least 5 days a week. Got to touch grass some days. I really appreciate you guys being here for the stream, and please come back. I think we're gonna let the simulation go a little bit and play out with the rest of the song, and then I'll probably close down the stream. But just enjoy the inner workings of the game. We're gonna watch some monorails come up and down into our new station. I really think this is an end station. This is one of those things where if I had procedural objects, you know, I'd probably snap that off of there some way. But at the same time, it kind of gives the impression that maybe one day they would want to try to build it somewhere, but then they'd have to have a long discussion about their bridge, wouldn't they? Anyway, guys, thanks for joining me in my Pacific Northwest build for, today's day 11 of the build completely. Day 6 of the streaming. what will soon be New Wagers Bay starting to take shape. Every day I get more attached to the city, and that's what you want in this game. So, take care, guys. Hey, man, thanks for the first time chat. Thank you very much for watching. Hope to see you again. We'll be back tomorrow, probably a decent time of the day. Have a nice day, guys. Nice night, wherever it is. Enjoy your evening.